It says going live. Now
We're live. We're live. Hey. Okay, guys, you tell us if you can see us
and hear us.
And hear us okay. Hola. Hi, Christy and Raul, Cindy. Hola, mis amigos EHC. So, I hope you can hear us all okay. Please let us know if you can. I just want to make sure that the settings are right. Because, hey, look! Hello, two travelers, and Pammy and Lisa.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, good.
And this looks a lot better than it did the other night when we were up on the roof.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy. I did put on a little bit of makeup.
I didn't.
Oh, we're echoing. Oh, no. Are we? Okay. Maybe?
Is there a setting that you can turn the echo off?
No.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, good, good. So maybe Brian, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. We just have one mic running, and we don't have any sound, obviously, coming through our speakers, so there shouldn't be any feedback.
We hope not. Yeah.
Hey, Terry. Hello, Deep Think Now. So, hey, guys, maybe if he turns his sound down, that could be. It could be. I remember, back when I was a kid. Lord, I'm giving my age away.
He's got it now.
Awesome.
Good.
I remember when if I would call in to a radio station and they would put me on the air and there would be all this massive feedback, and that's the first thing they'd say to me is, turn your volume down.
She was one of those we call them frequently. They would probably know her by name, so.
I used to win a lot of concert tickets.
I know.
In fact, I'll share a story with you right now that has nothing to do with Mexico. So there was a period of time. No, this is an easy one. There was a radio station in Pittsburgh. Some of you may know it. It's WDVE. And at the time, it was Scott Paulson and Jim Kren. No, it wasn't Scott Paulson anymore. It was Jim Kren. Oh, Lord. And I can't remember who. Randy Bauman. And in fact, I used to go to college with Randy Bauman at IUP, but we weren't friends. We just.
They said this was going to be quick.
Anyway, they had a contest at Christmas time called the Breastest Christmas Ever, where they gave away a boob job. And apparently it was such a success that they decided in January they were going to do a new contest called New Rear for the New Year. And all they wanted you to do was to write down a definitive moment when you realized you had a huge ass. Well, I used to be extremely overweight, and I couldn't wait to write down how I went to a John Cougar concert and had my daughter on my lap, bouncing on my lap, and the seats were so tight around my hips that I had 6-inch wide hematomas on both hips. So I wrote this down, but I didn't just write it down. I made a poem, and then I sent it in. And they read it on the air as I'm driving home from work, and they're laughing so hard that they can't even complete a full sentence. So, of course, I got called, and I'm in the studio by the end of that week as a finalist. And my ex-husband, I wore a red thong and had my ex-husband write DVE rocks on my buttocks, and I mooned the whole studio, and I won $3,000.
Yep.
There you go. More than you wanted to know about me.
Okay.
Okay. So listen, guys, we just kind of want you to just shoot the breeze with us. I guess we'll do a Q&A or we'll just talk.
I think the first thing we want to do is this week was actually the 1-year anniversary of us posting that very first video from Isla Mujeres. And when we did that, we were, I know.
But I am.
Yeah, right.
But I am.
But anyway, we did that and posted it and, got home. And when it went up, we were sort of like, oh, okay. you know, and we were excited when we hit 5 members and, you know, 5 subscribers, and we got 20 views on it. So it was like, okay, we're on our way. And to look where we're at in 1 year, thanks to all of y'all, that just is phenomenal. I mean, we made a lot of friends with all of you and shared a lot of good things, some not so good, but little hiccups in the road. So, you know, but thank you to all of you for helping make this journey a little bit easier for all of us, for both of us anyway. So,
oh, what have I been doing? Hey, Ernie, thank you. Yay.
and the man who started us all,
Sir Dragon X, it's all his fault. We're blaming him.
I don't know if I'd blame, but I'd say thank you because he got us across the border.
That's true. That's true. So yes, if you guys don't know the story, you know, we had been researching how to come here and how to live here, and we realized that there wasn't a lot about what to do before you arrive. It's all these people posting videos on how easy it is to do after they were already there. So we did a live stream. We joined one of Ernie. I want to say Sir Dragon X, but Ernie, it's Retired Life in Mexico, Noble.
His very first live stream.
And we had questions that we submitted, and we kind of asked them, hey, do you think that there's a need for something like that? And he absolutely encouraged us to get started. So that's how that happened.
Of course, then he chastised us because he wasn't the very first subscriber. But, you know, I told him that, you know, mom comes first. Sorry, but, you know.
Oh, mom.
Which my mom, just to give you an idea, she scheduled this at the same time as the basketball game, which, you know, people who know me, I'm a great Tar Heel fan, and they're playing right now. And mom was like, what time is your live event on YouTube? Well, mom, it's going to be at 6 o'clock. Basketball game's on. I said, yeah, you can watch it. It'll be posted afterwards. Oh, good.
Right.
So she's watching basketball, not us.
But if you see him distracted,
if I look over here every once in a while, it's just because I'm trying to keep up with the score. I'm not watching the game. So
thank you, Ernie. So I noticed that, hey, thank you for the compliment on mi español, but the truth is it's all a facade. It's really not that much better. It's seriously because I do not put in the time. And the reason I don't put in the time is
she puts in time, just not on Spanish.
Not on Spanish. I do a 40-hour work week, and sometimes it's even a little more than 40 hours. And then video editing can take, depending on the number of videos, anywhere between 20 and 30 extra hours a week. And that pretty much wipes me out, and I'm tired. And then on the weekends, we want to get some material for videos. So then we're out recording things. And that's like the only time we can go out really is on the weekends, because I don't get done with work until about 5:30. And then it's time to eat and all the other things that come after that. But my Spanish, what I've been trying to do is I've been trying to learn at least a word. Now, that doesn't make me conversational at all. And I've got to tell you, this last weekend when we went to Dolores Hidalgo, it took me all day long to remember the word for ice cream. And that is the truth. Helado.
Helado.
Ah, darn it. I was close. Don't say the H.
Don't say the H.
But the thing is I tried all day long and I kept getting it wrong. I said all kinds of words. And our friends that were with us, David and his lovely wife, Larissa, she's a national. And she was so kind. She said, you're doing well. But yeah, all day. And then finally at the end of the day, I had the word for ice cream.
All right, let's see.
All right.
Biggest challenge other than learning Spanish.
You take that.
Honestly, I'm gonna say adapting to the driving style.
Mm-hmm. I knew you would say that.
That I think has been, and it's gotten much better. I think that the excitement of going across the border with Ernie and following Ernie into Monterey was great. And then following him through Monterey was, that's when it suddenly dawned on us that short amount of concrete, and they're all trying to get to the same place.
And there's
And
subtle differences.
yeah, but then the next day, driving from Monterrey to Aguas Calientes was a little fraught with some periods of, you know, clenched buttocks early in the morning because we're going up that mountain and the fog.
True.
I mean, and it was windy going from Monterrey to Saltillo, but once we got past Saltillo, fog was gone, and it was an easy drive. And it really was an easy drive. Querétaro is a little bit like Monterrey. It's a lot of cars, a little bit faster paced. But here in San Miguel, it's very slow. It's a very easy getting comfortable. Maybe it's me getting more comfortable driving, but that's what I would say.
Driving.
Yeah.
And having to sit in the passenger seat while he's driving.
Yeah, I know, Raul. That was, you know, but if you've got a working Spanish, that was the biggest thing we were concerned about. And then when the gentleman at the I&M counter had that look of, this isn't right, we would have been toast if it had not been for Ernie going, no, you're wrong. So, you know, if you've got a little bit of the Spanish to be able to be somewhat conversational, I think you'd be fine crossing there.
So, hey, Arlene, I wanted to say hi. And Annie.
Yes.
Oh, no, Carla, we're breaking up. Everyone, are we breaking up for you as well? Just let us know, please.
I think the other thing that we had dealing was, and part of this also is learning Spanish, learning how to deal with paying the bills.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, that first little period of time when we were in Zakia there, we were, you know, going to the OXXO and basically handing them the bill and in one hand and pesos in the other. And I mean, that was about, you know.
Yeah, you know, a sad puppy dog.
Mm,
Money, bill.
well, at least, you know, dinero.
Yeah.
But that was, you know, and that's getting easier now. It's repetition. Of course, we haven't had to really pay a bill here. So
At this place.
yeah.
But I would say our first attempt at using the ATMs was fraught with disaster. But then after we figured out what we did wrong, no problem since. So basically, we asked for too much money.
Yes.
It wasn't going to give it to us. So.
And then the one that had the card turned sideways.
Oh yeah, is that Scotiabank?
I think it is.
One of them had you stick your card in like this. You slide it in long ways instead of sliding it in short ways. That was different.
Yeah, I've never encountered that.
Well, I guess we're sounding better now. Hey, you never know. We're on Starlink right now. Hey, okay, so San Miguel. Well, I like San Miguel. I like it. I like the food. I like the beauty. I like that we don't have to work as hard with the Spanish, although that's probably not good for me to say that because I really do want to learn Spanish. So I find that people are just as friendly as they were in Querétaro. I'm a little concerned about the and this is
this also goes with what Deep Think Now just got done saying is when we started doing this, we put together the spreadsheet, and one of the things on it, along with, you know, medical care, proximity to an airport, infrastructure, all that, was walkability. And you know, because I'm already in my 60s and not going to be long, I'm going to be in my mid 70s. and going, okay, how is going to be transversing Centro in my mid 70s going to be? And to be honest, that's a bit problematic. Because it is steep and the sidewalks are narrow. So
They're narrow, and sometimes the sidewalks are also very high.
yeah.
Like in some places, the sidewalk might be 12 inches off the ground. In some places, the sidewalk is barely wide enough to hold one person, and you've got to watch where you lay your feet, because there's unevenness even on a sidewalk.
Yeah, because you got the cutouts for the driveways
Yeah.
where the people can get their vehicles in. So
I haven't noticed this yet. I haven't looked real hard. I did notice people with disabilities in wheelchairs in Querétaro. I have not seen anyone in wheelchairs in San Miguel. Have you?
yes.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I saw somebody that was actually being wheeled in a wheelchair.
Okay.
Right outside of Centro, actually on one of the hilly streets.
Oh,
So
wow. Okay.
yeah.
Don't
And-
let go.
and no, Fabian, I have tried others. Dos Equis didn't agree with me. I have not yet spent enough time with it. So
Yeah. So I guess as far as how we feel about San Miguel, I think as we get older, it may not be the right environment for us, at least not in Centro. Now, I don't think we're so bad off in the area where we are. I don't know.
as long as you ain't got to walk that hill, as long as you
Well,
drive
that's
that
true.
hill.
That is we do live on a really steep hill. thought we were going to have heart attacks walking back from that neighborhood the one day.
Yes, Terry, Pacifico is good too. Yes, very good.
Let's see. I saw a question. Oh, yes. So have we talked to anyone about insurance yet? No, we have not. And we need to, because right now we're paying basically for that nomad insurance. And the nomad insurance we're not going to go into that. The nomad insurance. Okay, look, there was so much stuff going on right before we moved that I thought I paid for 6 months of nomad insurance, only to discover last month when I contacted them, asking them, hey, where is my policy details? And they said, you don't have a policy. Oh, we do now. But I thought we already had.
It was one of those things in the 2-week buildup before that we left Kansas City to drive down here that it just suddenly was like, oops, fell through.
How can I forget that I didn't pay almost $1,700 for 6 months worth of insurance? I don't know. But we have it now.
Yes.
And it's right now it's on month to month, and it's the Safety Wing Nomad insurance. It's not what I ultimately think we need to have. And no, we do have to speak to a broker. I just haven't taken the time to do that yet because, well, I'm up all the time, and when I'm not up, I'm asleep. I'm up all the time working.
Oh, that's a good question, Fabian.
What's that? Mexican pesos?
It really takes some getting used to. I think the hardest ones for me are the 1 and 2 peso coins, because they're so similar in size. I know that there's just a little bit of a difference in I've got the half, I've got the also the 5 and the 10, but I do like the fact that A, they have the transparency on there. B, that they are colorful versus the whole.
I think the peso is awesome.
Yeah.
I think that they're so cool to look at.
And I like the different sizes. I mean, the dollar, whether it's a 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 100, they're all the same size. So it is sort of like that.
Okay, $4,500 a year USD for insurance in Ajijic. Wow. So that's 10% of what it would have cost in the United States.
90% savings.
Thank you for that. No, we do need to speak to somebody. I know we're going to pay less, but I just want to be sure that we have the right amount of coverage that we need. I know that Nomad insurance is good. but it's not perfect. So,
and yeah, the quads are big here in SMA. Every time I go to the grocery store, there's quads parked in the parking lot. So that's a popular thing. Mentioned about the Durango. What we did as far as Durango was we had not been to Durango. We do have a long one of our very first subscribers, Jim Burton, is in Durango. And but what Durango was is that was sort of where we drew the line north and south for Mexico as far as where we wanted to be. And Durango was sort of at the top border there. And so everything south of that were the areas that we were looking at. So
Tacos Don Felix. No. What is this that you speak of, Brian Browning? Tell me more. I like white, sweet wines. The drier the wine, the less I like it. I would say the same goes for the reds, but the reds tend to give me a little bit of a headache after about 2 glasses for some reason. I heard it's because of tannins, but I tend to be a Moscato, Riesling,
Mezcal.
Mezcal is not a wine.
I know, but but you tend to be more on the Mezcal, we're technically not ever going to be confused with wine connoisseurs.
But I will drink me a nice wine with some stinky cheese.
Ooh.
I love Moscato too, Arlene. I do. Yes, Cindy. The white wines, man. Those sweet white wines.
Unless they call Grey Goose a wine, no.
No?
Yeah.
I had a lovely special reserve Chenin Blanc that I bought from Biltmore Estate in Asheville. It was really, really good. And yes, on that it was stinky cheese though, wasn't it? I like those types of cheeses. When I was a little girl, I would eat Limburger with my grandfather.
Outside.
And they would force us out on the porch when we had Limburger sandwiches. Baja. I believe that. I believe that Baja has a big wine region. It makes sense. The climate is just right for that. Can you read okay?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So Tacos Don Felix, we have to add to our list of must-dos.
I see this. I see that we need to do the tacos. I'll look that up. In fact, I'm going to put that in my phone right now. Because if I don't, I will probably forget. Okay.
And they also apparently have good margaritas. So that's always a good thing.
Oh, no, you don't know our names. Sir.
Oh, I'm Gringos and she's R Us. No, I'm Mark.
Oh, God.
And this is Gina.
I'm Gina.
So
nice to meet you, Fabian. Or Fabian. All right. Well, let's see. Tacos Felix. I'm putting them in there. Tacos.
See, where's your tan?
Where is my tan? Well, Lisa, Arlene and Annie can attest to the fact that I turned into a vampire and I sit all day long downstairs in a cave working. And I try to go up at lunchtime and I try to go up immediately after work and I'm blinded by the light and I'm like this squinting because I don't get enough sun. He, on the other hand, he's up on the deck all day, up on the roof.
Well, good place for me to go smoke my cigar. So
right. Hello, Reese. Yeah, she says yes. Okay, so Arlene knows this because her and Annie came up to stay the night with us. They bought a house near Querétaro, not too far from Querétaro, and they came up and stayed the night with us here at the Airbnb that we have in San Miguel. Now, it was a Friday night. I got off work. I was trying to edit the video for a Saturday
Saturday night.
release. For a Saturday release. I'm not there yet. So Friday night, I'm up all night. I had been up all day working. I'm up all night editing this video. And Saturday, they roll on in, and we agreed that they were coming to stay to visit, and we were going to go do things together in San Miguel. But I still hadn't slept yet, and it had been over 24 hours. But I got that extra win kicked in. We went into town, walked around, went out to eat on a really nice rooftop patio.
Trazo 1810. If you're
Yeah.
in San Miguel, it is a great view of downtown. So,
And long story short, we get back. It's a little bit late. They had brought me a bottle of mezcal that's so strong you could clean an engine with it, but I love it. And
she's still kissing that bottle.
I'm still kissing that bottle, right? So I had one shot, and I had one shot of scotch, and the next thing you know, I'm done. But I had been up for 42 hours straight with no sleep by that time. And so this is how it is. I'm literally a sleepless vampire most of the time. No, thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming and seeing us, because we had a good time. We enjoyed having you here. I'm just sorry that I couldn't get things planned a little better around my work schedule. So,
how are we liking Starlink?
okay.
I'm gonna let you handle this IT department.
I am the IT department. Okay. So I didn't know this was a problem until Mark from Two Travelers Mexico was helping me try to figure this out. So Starlink has predominantly two main types of dishes. They have a residential dish and they have an RV dish, which are essentially the same dish. They're basically just configured in different ways. Now, the residential dish will that service tends to cost you a little bit less per month. And the RV is about maybe an extra $20 or the equivalent per month. The benefit of the residential dish is that you get priority service, and you really can't move around with it, although you can add an additional $20, $25 a month fee for portability. But you can only do it so many times a year. The RV dish, well, it's built-in portability. You're not paying for portability because it's what you're getting. You're getting a dish you can take around and travel in an RV, essentially. What I did not know at that time is that RV gets deprioritized service. So if you are in an area where there is a lot of usage, you are kicked to the bottom of the curb as far as how much they're making available to you. In addition to that, you must absolutely have 100% clear shot of the northeast sky. If there's any blocks at all, trees, houses, things like that, it will degrade your speeds. So in Zakia, our speeds were crap.
But part of that was also because we couldn't get a clear view.
Right, because of that.
Because of the house in the short backyard. So here it has been much more consistent, but we have it up on the roof, on a table. So
unclear view of the sky. But my speed slowed down horribly during the day. And I found out it's because I have deprioritized service because it's an RV dish. I did contact them. They purposefully do not make themselves available by phone or email. The only way to contact service is to enter a ticket on their website, and it takes a few days to hear back. They will convert you from residential to RV.
But try going the other way?
But they will not convert you from RV to residential. So I'm kind of stuck with what I have. And
this is working. So for the next 3.5 years, unless things degrade, I think we're going to stick with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fabian. I think in all of our times of coming to Mexico, I don't think either one of us have had a bout with Montezuma's revenge.
Oh, no. Let's take that back. Now I'll talk about that. Yes. One time. No, actually it's been 2 times. And one time it was brief, and it was immediately following having some Caribbean lobster at a resort.
That was in Punta Cana, but that's all right.
That's true.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Then the last time we did a couple of resorts and PDC on our own in an Airbnb, I did about 5 or 6 days into our 2-week stay. I got it pretty bad. I remember I spent a lot of time in the bathroom at one of the resorts, and it hung around even after we got home for a good week or so. I was pretty, and I don't know what caused that. My theory about it, honestly, is a lot of no.
I think a lot of people indulge too much.
Yeah, but I think for me, it has to do with I'm in Mexico and I love hot, spicy things. And I think I really went over the top on the hot and spicy. I was pretty much picking up the habanero sauce from every place we ate. I mean, I think I just overdid it on the peppers. And peppers will do that to you, especially if they're really hot. So I think that's where that really came from.
And I think that a lot of these people who come back with it from the resorts and stuff, it's because they overindulge.
Absolutely. Too much drinking, too much just doing things.
And to be honest, Fabian, I wouldn't know.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He's like that naturally.
So I would never know. So Terry, as far as the smoking ban in Centro here in SMA, I have seen people lighting up right and left.
Right in the Jardín.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sort of mindful of it. If I happen to be in an area where there's not a lot of people around, I've got the little cigar saver. I'll pop it out, I'll light it, and get a few, smokes on it. And that's, I haven't had any real issues, and I've seen, officers that are smoking as well. So I'm really thinking that it's going to be one of those where, certain municipalities may want to enforce it strong. Others are going, we got other things to worry about.
Well, in fact, we are, in case you guys didn't know, we are going to spend Christmas and New Year's at a resort. And that resort happens to have a cigar lounge. And so the question's been brought up on social media and stuff about what are they going to do about their cigar lounge because of that ordinance. So I don't know. Are they going to do anything about it?
It's private property. They want to do it. I mean,
anyway. Hey, when are we going to be in Puerto Vallarta? Well, it's on our list.
It's on the rotation.
But, I guess we can honestly, do we really want to say? No, we're not going to tell you.
You started this, so I mean, I'm just following.
All right, look, I'll just basically say it's probably going to be toward the end of our 4 years because we're kind of making our way, right?
No, I know when it is.
Well, he knows when it is, but it's getting in that direction. It's going to be near the end.
It's in the back half of the 4 years. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
For sure. Hey, Wilfredo. Hola, mi amigo. And Ate Grace. Hello. Thank you for subscribing.
No, there's a lime in there.
Oh, there's a lime.
Yeah. There's definitely a lime in there.
He definitely he buys limes just for the Corona. Mm-hmm.
Or the goose.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He does vodka, not vodka.
Yeah, vodka tonics.
Vodka tonic with lime is a thing.
Yeah. Well, and the last time we did the resort thing, invented a new vodka tonic. And it is vodka tonic with a lime, with a cucumber, and a slice of orange.
It was really good.
I mean, that is refreshing. So
refreshing.
It was that way.
Mm,
yes.
Mm.
Are there foods from the US that we haven't found in Mexico?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me think about that. It's hard to find Wensleydale cheese. I did find it once.
That's from Britain, but anyway.
Well,
No, I said foods from the U.S.
From the U.S. Okay, look, but I would buy it in the U.S. all the time.
I get that, but
I'm a big fan of Wensleydale, and I'm not really finding it here. So,
realistically, there's a lot of things.
Molasses.
Yeah, we haven't found molasses. What was another thing that we were looking? You got that right. That's an interesting thing. You say that, and they have all the sauces, but
Yeah,
you can't find the veggies.
that's true.
I
Well,
mean, I mean, you could make your
I
own, I
saw a
guess, but
can of baby corn.
well, yeah, but
I didn't see water chestnuts though.
mm-mm,
Hmm.
no. Um, it's probably more the snacks,
Oh,
and
okay.
to be honest, I
Yeah.
did spend $15 on a 15 pack of Mountain Dew.
You had to do the do.
I had to do the do, and I spent about the same amount on that I'd probably spend on the vodka, and I'm drinking the Mountain Dew more
Oh, hey
judiciously.
Susan. I just noticed you're here. Hi Susan. So, are there foods? There is a food I am craving. It's cheesy popcorn. And I know popcorn is very popular here in Mexico, but I have not found cheddar cheese popcorn like Snyder's of Berlin or something close to that.
Yeah,
I also have not found kettle corn. I found caramel corn, but no kettle corn. So cheesy popcorn and kettle corn are like my big snacky things, and I'm not finding those.
yeah, yeah, Fabian. The Coke is better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hold on, let me rephrase that. The Coca-Cola is better. Because I do have a Coke habit. Anybody who's ever spent time with me knows
No.
what I
Stop.
do. I order Coca-Cola everywhere I go. But with the real sugar versus what we were getting in the States, give me the Mexican every time. But Doritos are different.
They are different. And
Um,
The Cheetos taste a little
mhm.
different. It's like a more of a chili cheese flavor, maybe. I don't know, but they're good.
Yeah,
Um,
they're
but
thicker. I think they're just a tad thicker than what we would get in the States.
maybe.
And yeah, you're right. The HEB, we had the HEB by the house in Zakia. There isn't one here in San Miguel. And, trust me, every time we're going to be close to or in a city that has an HEB, we will be taking advantage of some of the
Oh
things
yeah,
there.
yeah. We do find a lot of things
Because,
here.
um, for instance, brown gravy mix. You can find that at HEB. Haven't found it yet here in San Miguel. We found it that one time in the can from the Campbells.
Yeah. And I do like to bake, although I haven't been baking lately. But I would make things like royal icing sugar cookies, and I don't know if you guys know the cream cheese pastry cookies called kolache or kolatsky. I like to make those, and I haven't tried to yet, but I feel sometimes I may run into a problem with ingredients. I also like to make sourdough bread, which again I haven't done yet. I have made my sourdough English muffins, and I haven't had an issue with that. But as I believe it was Cindy pointed out, there is a difference in the quality and the fineness of the
Yeah.
milled flour here that could definitely have an effect
And
on
then
baking and things. So
and I'm still hunting celery seed.
that's true. Um, a question about the cell phones. Okay, so cell phone plans. Let me answer that. I think I lost it. I saw it and I
Yeah, well,
lost
it
it.
was there.
It was there. I'm sorry. I can't remember who asked because I can't find it right now, but I saw it. Okay, so we're still using AT&T US plan, mostly because we had our youngest daughter that was on the plan with us, and she's 26 years old, and she doesn't have a permanent job. She's been working as a contractor, basically
Doing the
for
same thing you're doing.
basically doing what I'm doing, but in a
And
banking
different,
industry.
yeah.
And they keep extending her contract, but she didn't have a definitive, solid guarantee of a job. So I didn't want to kick her off. And I brought it up with her, and the next thing you know, she put on her big girl pants and she got herself her own plan and she was off. So now it's just me and him, and we can seriously start looking at getting a Mexican plan, or at least the SIM cards. Now we have Galaxy Samsung S22 phones, US models, and I learned that we cannot do an eSIM in Mexico on those phones. So it would have to be a SIM card. Now, the question I have is, and I have to look into this when I have the time, can I eSIM our current SIM so that we would have a US SIM and then put in the Mexican SIM card? I'm not sure. Or should I port those numbers to something like Google Voice? Not sure. But what I am sure of is through my current job right now, my two-factor authentication things are coming through my cell phone. And I'm concerned at this point if messing with that is going to somehow break that system. And
We don't want to break the system.
we don't want to break the system because
No.
it's paying us the money right now. So
We would actually rather stay on paying the American and making the American money
okay.
than jack that up.
Fabian says, yes, current SIM to eSIM. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's good to know.
And that came from Old Soul Pammy from Gainesville, Georgia.
Go. Okay. Going back. Hey, Reese, let's see. If you had 2 years runway, what would you use the time for? Oh, he's got to go. He's leaving, but I'm going to give the answer anyway. Okay. So what would we use that 2 years time for?
Well, we would do everything that we condensed into 3 months. I mean, literally. I mean, that's
hard because clearing out the house. If we would have dragged out clearing out that house, I think I would have gone insane.
Well, yeah, but there were some collectibles and things like that we could have gotten more money for if we'd had time.
True.
And we could have maximized that return. And realistically, 2 years, the only thing we would have done probably for 18 months of that 2 years different, we would have just been doing more research. I mean, because that's about all. I mean, the original plan was, for any of you who watched that bad video that when we first introduced ourselves, the whole plan was that about right now, we were planning on being in Mexico for a month to get our temporary residency cards.
Yeah.
And we were going to move down in August of this year. And that was the whole plan. So we really had about an 18-month plan to do it. And then when we had to put the boys down, that sort of just went,
it cinched the deal, really, because we were just hanging around.
The girls were all gone.
Yeah.
And none of them were close. I mean, it's close as far as living proximity. And she was in a job that she hated.
Oh Lord!
So I mean, and we're sitting
post-traumatic stress from that job.
we're sitting in a house that realistically we're going, you know what? We got visions of, and to me, it's still hard to even go back and watch some of the early videos and see Bandit walking around. But so that just was sort of like, you know what? Let's go.
Yeah.
And so we put the pedal to the metal, and
I'm just trying to think of what
did it in 3 months.
Would we have wanted to run it out for 2 years? Probably not.
No.
I would say that 2 years might have been a good time to just downsize. I think that'd be the biggest thing.
I mean, you literally, the biggest thing you could really do for yourself is get rid of all the media. I mean, because books and movies,
my gosh, yes. Nobody wants
your games.
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants any of that. So you could find a good home for it, be it a used bookstore, a library,
right.
Taking your games and stuff, going to GameStop and going, you know what? Give me 50 cents to $1 a game, and you're come out ahead.
Yeah. We threw a lot of that away.
Yeah.
It didn't even get purchased.
So other than that's about it. And and quite frankly, in watching the news right now, I just have my stress level keep going up and up and up. So I'm glad we're down here.
So let's see. So Brighton is talking. He's going to do a butter comparison. Oh, please tell me more, Brighton. I can't wait to see that.
That's why he's going
to
butter.
I can honestly say that something about Mexico that has really struck me very odd is the size of some products.
Yes.
The bags of flour are little bitty bags of flour.
But
And the butter is like itty bitty little sticks of butter.
Yeah, but we don't have the panaderia in
I
the
know.
U.S. I
know.
mean, that if you were to go into a Publix or a Harris Teeter or someplace like that, yes, they're going to have a bakery, but not like they do down here.
And there's a question, Christy. You have a question about Costco. Not sure. Are you
we've
asking?
Done Sam's Club.
Oh, I guess you were asking if we'd been to Costco. We haven't seen a Costco yet here. We had a Sam's Club membership, which ironically is about to expire, and we're not renewing it at U.S. rates.
No.
So I think it's really going to be one of those things that we're either going to do a Sam's Club or a Costco, or maybe both.
We can do both cheaper
Mexican
than we
rates.
could do either one by themselves in the States.
And Arlene, you're making my heart hurt right now with this news about the Telcel. That you can't get a plan without being a Mexican citizen. That you have a plan. I know, but that specifically is one of the things that I have wanted to ask a Telcel person about. I want a plan with data and
texted
the whole. I don't
the same thing that
I don't like the idea of having to constantly re-up. I don't know. That's kind of sad.
Gee, what else do I have to do? I can run the OXO and do it.
No, I get it, but I mean, I just kind of wanted to. I don't know. Maybe there's a benefit to that. Maybe if you're re-upping, then you know exactly what you're using and how much you really need. I suppose.
But yeah.
Okay.
And I agree that let's be for real. The Mexican nationals are so used to going to the mercados and buying on the demand instead of, we would go shopping and we had 3 freezers and we had 3 full freezers and we would put stuff in there. So,
and I'm partly to blame for that because I was a super couponer.
Yeah. I mean, we had a shelving unit that we bought stuff and put on there, and
I mean, I mastered the use of double coupons and sales. I think my best purchases ever were less than $50 for $500 worth of groceries. I used to do that, and that means sometimes hoarding a little bit. But when you are a super couponer, you realize that store sales tend to rotate every 6 to 8 weeks. So you buy 6 to 8 weeks worth of it until it goes on sale again. And that's what you do. And when we moved into that house in Asheville, we didn't have to buy laundry soap for 3 years because I had so much of it.
and it was literally when we had the estate sale and people bought the washer and dryer, that went quickly. So yes, we have found some things at the Sam's Club, US products. The biggest thing I think we've really found is that, there's some things that we are still buying, but on a whole, we're really making it work with what is here. I mean, we're not doing the well, I can't really say that to the full extent because I just got done making beef stew for dinner. So,
thank you very much, John, for your comment about the pets. It still hurts. So, that was a very authentic, very raw, and very honest video. And I was a little worried about putting that out there because I hate clickbait. I really do. But
it did change the way we
felt about coming here, and we wanted people to know that we were as authentic as you can get. That we're not about just doing some kind of crazy nonsense stuff to get clicks. That's not what
Thanks,
we are.
Raul.
Bye, Raul. Thank you. But thank you for that because that was a hard choice to put that out there, honestly. For me.
Yeah, we had some serious conversations about whether or not we were going to do that. That was, but it did, and we felt, and one of the things that we honestly did when we decided to do this was we didn't want to hold anything back. good news, bad news. You know,
Mhm.
we have always said that we would share, you know, the whole journey, and we didn't really when we start the channel. That didn't even occur to us because that was one that it sort of that was a slope that once it started, we didn't realize was going to be that quick.
It was quick. Yeah.
And that just, you know, I
I
mean,
mean, he right when COVID started, he got really, really sick, and we learned that he was suffering from acute pancreatitis. And I honestly thought we were going to lose him then. And I kind of half jokingly say that's when everybody started getting stimulus checks. And
uh-huh,
basically, Uncle Donald's stimulus check basically paid for his care, emergency care, and a few days' stay at a vet.
uh-huh.
He got better. We changed his diet somewhat, definitely reduced the amount of fat that he had, and he was good for the rest of COVID,
Only
basically.
got 2 more years out of him,
Yeah.
basically.
And then one day he started losing weight and he kind of just stopped eating, sort
Yeah.
of. And he just kept getting sicker. And what we found out was that his pancreas was no longer functioning. He wasn't making amylase or lipase to digest his food. Therefore, it would just sit in his stomach and he didn't want to eat because he was full. And he also wasn't absorbing any nutrients because it wasn't digesting. We tried adding enzymes to his food. Lord, oh Lord, it smelled like vomit. I'm not even going to lie. And now I know where the vomit smell comes from.
Yeah.
It comes from these digestive
Well,
enzymes.
and
Yeah.
and literally you could see it in his eyes. I
Yeah.
mean, that was
I mean, he
it,
was 16 years old. That's a long time for any dog, really.
especially Schnauzer.
Yeah.
And then the cat, you know, we really
The cat was at
debated
least 18 years old, at
probably
least.
pushing 20.
Probably pushing 20. He was a stray when we took him in.
And
So,
so that was one of those that we were going. He was a unique thing and finicky and everything else, and so we were worried about what his attitude was going to be like when because those two had been together for 16 years,
mhm,
and I think that one of the things that kept the cat alive was the dog was still living. You know,
true. And the vet who visited us basically told us it was time for the cat.
yeah.
I had a lot of guilt about that because the cat didn't appear to be dying in front of us, but he wasn't healthy either.
Well, we used to call
And
him Chubbs, and now he was down to Slim.
yeah,
So,
so I mean, the vet reassured us that we had made the right
yep,
choice, and that changed everything. That changed our whole trajectory on how when we were coming.
yep. I
So
mean that suddenly changed it pedal to the metal, and we were like, "Can we actually do this in 3 months?" And guess what? You can,
you can't.
but it's a lot of work
It's a
and a
lot of
lot of
work.
stress.
It is. So I think that's Mark who's probably typing for two travelers. Thank you, Mark. About the AT&T. That's good to know. I just don't know if I want to stick with AT&T because I did a lot of research ahead of time and it looked like Telcel had the absolute most comprehensive coverage nationwide. And with us moving around so much, that's kind of important. AT&T also had good coverage, but it wasn't as extensive as Telcel. So I'm still kind of thinking I want to try that. At the very least, we could get a SIM card and we can always switch it out with a different
Yeah,
company, I guess. I don't know. And Verizon. So Carla, you're saying that Verizon and AT&T says service will be discontinued if you don't use it for more than 3 months straight outside of the US. Oh, well, thanks, Mark. I think we're using it enough. I'm concerned, Carla, that there may be some small print limitations somewhere in our plan or our contract that might say that if we're outside the US all the time, that we may run some sort of time limit where they just cut us off. I did,
bull.
no, I don't know. I don't know what plan. I'd have to go back and look. But Cafe Con Leche had that happen to them.
I know. But I can tell you this: they like their money. If they're getting paid every month, they're not really going to look at you too hard because the battle for subscribers as far as the cell phone service is massive. So if you're feeding that trough every month, they're probably just gonna whatever, just keep giving us the money. So
It's all about the money.
it's
honey.
all about the money, honey.
Guys, it's been almost an hour. Now, I'm willing to stick around if you want us to. We didn't really put a time limit on this. So
Nope.
we can keep going if you want to keep going. Got no worries. You just let us know. Oh, yeah, Carla, I hope so too.
I know. I mean, if it changes, trust me, we'll let you know, Carla. But so far, I mean, we've been here now 4 months.
Oh, spice level tolerance. Spice level tolerance. I don't know what the hottest pepper is that I've had, but my tolerance is pretty high, and there has not been a single salsa that's ever been brought to a table in Mexico that I could not eat.
I'll attest to that.
And that's probably why I had Montezuma that one time.
2 years ago, we were at doing the day tour of Chichen Itza, Ekbalam, Iquil, Valladolid, and they stopped for this restaurant and they brought out this huge platter of food and put it all out there and brought a couple sauces out and muy picante. And Gina's like, oh, that's good. And they're going,
I'm shoveling it onto my food.
Put it on. And they're like,
It's true.
okay.
It's true.
We are down by 1 and it is halftime, Fabian. So
and so Mark is telling us that with Telcel, you can't call 800 numbers in the US. That's important. That could be important.
Can you call the 1-900 numbers? Oh, that's right. They don't do those anymore. Anyway, I'm showing my age.
Okay. Call me now. Call me now for your free evaluation.
Ain't nothing free about that shit. Anyway.
Miss
I'm sorry. I can't say that word anymore. The new YouTube profanity.
They were also keeping the ATT number. Google Voice would be helpful for 800. Maybe. I've heard that. The only thing that I heard that may be a problem with Google Voice might be two-factor authentication. So if you had a credit card and they want to check, and it seems like every time I log in down here, it wouldn't matter if I was off my VPN or on my VPN. I'm constantly having to do those two-factor things, which is not a horrible thing, but you got to have a plan that'll accept that. And I don't know if Google Voice does.
There I am again. I'm like, if they have a jar, I'm gonna end up having to pay into the profanity jar.
Stop that.
But if even Google, to make a change to your account, you have to go through the two-step verification. So that is nothing easy all the way around.
I'm still kind of working on that, Cindy, because in my last job, I had the choice of either having all of my work calls come through my personal number, which also meant everybody who needed to call me has my personal cell, which I don't want. Or I had to carry a company provided cell phone in addition to my regular cell phone. And I did that for a while, but what a pain it is to be carrying 2 cell phones around all the time. And then we discovered we could do Google Voice. So I ended up making my work number a Google Voice number. And that worked really, really well. In fact, I think it's still working.
Yeah, well.
And I'm not even working for those people anymore.
Thank God.
But so Google will not port it if you're in Mexico. Well, what if we lie, Mark? I mean,
we're in South Dakota.
I mean, they think we're in South Dakota. Do you think that would still be the case, that they're just going to know we're in Mexico and they'll just stop that?
Because, I mean, as far as anybody knows, all of our bills are still going to South Dakota, and we're using VPNs all over the US. So we're really trying to keep it covert.
I don't know. Let me call you.
I'm on do not disturb.
It'll still come up. I'm gonna find
But
out right now. Let's see what happens. I mean, he could be totally right. So I mean, I trust you, Mark. I know you got that IT stuff down. All right, I'm calling you right now from Google Voice.
yeah, well,
It ain't ringing yet.
I also have it on do not disturb. So I mean, I don't know if it.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I hadn't yet. All right, now it's calling you.
And if you interrupt my Tar Heels, then it's going to be like,
Don't interrupt his Tar Heels.
mm,
It's ringing.
my watch is ringing. So yes. It's
Okay, so
coming in.
Google Voice is working. Question is, does it work incoming? Okay,
Mine,
so,
mine
all right.
may not be doing it because of the fact that I do
Right,
have
right.
it
No,
on
that's
do
fine.
not disturb.
That's
So
fine.
because I didn't think you guys wanted to hear Ozzy scream at Crazy Train right in the middle of this.
Have I tried weird taco meats? Have we tried? I'm going to say, have I tried? Because he will not do that. Okay, I have absolutely no desire to do intestines. No tripe, no tripa, no. I was a meat wrapper in another life, and those things are gross. They smell bad. They feel bad. It's like honeycomb alien skin. It's yucky. No.
They were trying to get you to try
They were
that.
trying
alcohol.
really hard to get me to try some of their intestines. I'm like, no, no, no. I have to think about brain. I don't know yet. Again, meat wrapper. I used to see that stuff, so I don't know. Cheek is not something I'm concerned about. That I think that's bucco, right? Bucco. Boca. So let's see. Tongue.
Lingua.
I totally will try tongue. Yeah, lingua, sure. I have heard from many people that tongue tacos are really good. So for sure. So no menudo.
It might be good for me, but I would have to be really, really, really drunk. And to be honest, I have gotten really drunk and I still can keep my mind to go, no, I'm not eating that.
Now, I have definitely tried, this not being a weird meat, but I've tried chapulines and I actually like them. Although the caveat being, these chapulines did not have legs.
Or wings.
Or antenna. It was basically just the body and the head. I liked it. I was also having mezcal at the time.
Yeah, see the video on I think it's Golf Cart Adventures in Isla Mujeres.
Oh well, look. Honestly, if I got to chew on that, I don't think I can. I just can't do the intestines. I just no. Maybe I'm scarred from having to smell it, feel it, and look at it when I was a meat wrapper. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I just can't. But yet I can eat a cricket. Go figure. I saw that Brighton tried Chapulines tacos, and he was not a fan. Although he says he likes eating them individually, but to have them all at once wasn't his thing. So we'll see. One of these days I will try it as well and see if I like it. Maybe.
Probably when we get down in the Oaxaca area, that's going to be a whole lot easier to get down there.
Hey, Lisa. Lisa's a longtime friend of mine. We are big fans of the band Genesis, and we get together a lot. What?
Her and Lisa are big time fans of the band Genesis.
Okay, he's not.
I'm just wanting to clarify. And Juan Ho, who was in the Sand Hill,
Yes, Genesis fans for life.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. Love you too, Lisa. Okay, Wilfredo, how do you find your online jobs? Literally so far, LinkedIn. It's been LinkedIn.
Well, and lately it's also been a lot of contact because now that you have gotten one.
It's kind of like breaking the glass ceiling.
Once the dam was broken,
right?
Then it was like
the part of the problem is I work for a very, very large organization in the United States that I did not know at the time was one of the biggest customers of this software company. And I would be called by all these recruiters and things sounded really, really good. And then I'd get ghosted. And I suspected it, and it was confirmed eventually later, not just with me, but from other people that I worked with, that we were absolutely being blackballed because of our current employer situation. And when I left and got hired by a consulting agency and end up working for this software company, I find out that my former employer was one of the biggest customers they had. And so, sure, no agency, no consulting agency is going to want to rock that boat. And so when they would find that out, they didn't want to touch us. And now that I'm away from those people, the dam broke.
Yep.
And I get contacted all of the time. My biggest issue with actually securing a job is wanting to be 100% virtual, which is what I have to be. A lot of times they want you to at least be able to travel some of the time on site. And that's just not going to be possible. I'm not going to fly to the United States and work on a project for 6 weeks while Mark is down here bouncing around Mexico. It's not going to happen. So that's where I find my jobs. Honestly, it's through LinkedIn. It's networking, following placement agencies and contracting services, just following them and seeing what they post. More often than not, they contact me. So
and yeah, that's the beauty of music is that, you know, as I have said before, it is a wonderful thing to sit in an arena and listen to the arena sing along with an artist, and that song has meaning to everybody who's singing along, and no two meanings are the same.
Yep.
They're all at different points in their life, and that's the beauty of music is that you know, it does have a personal touch. I mean, I was affected this week because the last living member of what I consider to be one of the greatest rock and roll bands of all time passed away in Gary Rossington, and is the last living member of the band Leonard Skinner. And yes, I'm Southern, and you know, had tickets to go see them 2 weeks after the plane crash. And I remember how that news hit my high school, and it was not good. You know, I mean, October of '78, we were all just like, what? You know, so that's the beauty, but you know, God, don't get us started on music.
Don't let him fool you, though. He does like Genesis. He just prefers the Phil Collins era of Genesis.
And I prefer the Phil Collins of 40 years ago singing than the last tour.
Well,
yeah,
we're not going to go there.
I'm just
Whereas
saying.
Lisa and I and Juanjo and many of us, we tend to like all eras of Genesis, which particularly pulls in progressive rock, which has such a niche, and not everybody likes that, but we do. We're dumb enough to be standing out in the rain singing a 20-minute Supper's Ready song.
By a cover band.
Lisa remembers that. We had a cover band, a tribute band in our friend's backyard playing Supper's Ready, which is like a 20-minute epic song, and it's raining, and we're out there singing at the top of our lungs. We don't care. That's how much we love that band. So, yeah,
I witnessed that.
It's true. And some of us know how to stalk them, and some of us has every single one of their autographs. Every one of them. Oh, except for Ant. I don't have Ant.
Who?
Because he only lasted in the band for like at the very beginning.
But I'm about to have to pay the tip jar again.
I know.
Loudness of Mexico. You know, it's interesting that you bring that up, Fabian, because sitting up on the terrace up there, we have heard the propane guy that drives around, 6 days a week with playing his music, and all I can think of is Barney Fife running for sheriff on the Andy Griffith Show
every
You know,
morning, every morning.
but
Music.
the dogs, and it really all becomes ambient noise.
It's just background noise.
I mean, the other night we were up there and somebody was having a party, and I walked upstairs and I'm hearing Randy Rhoads and Ozzy Osbourne doing Crazy Train.
And then it
was
turned
loud.
into some kind of like Mexican
EDM.
EDM.
Yeah.
It was fun. But okay, so Phil Collins, I only know one song, the one he named after his daughter. Really?
Now, yes, Artemis Pyle is still alive, but he's not the original drummer. Bob Burns is the original drummer. Artemis Pyle replaced Bob Burns in 1975 when they went to Europe and they had both drummers on the tour.
Mhm.
And then that was when Bob Burns had a meltdown in France and
Okay.
Artemis joined the band.
Let me just
So,
say, hey, guess what? Artemis Powell lives in the Asheville area.
he's a hippie.
He's I worked
Yeah.
with a woman who literally almost hit him with her car because he was quadding up and down a hill right next to the road. Scared the heck out of her. Let's see. So what else we got here? Oh yeah, Susudio. That's not after his daughter, is it? I don't think it is. I think Susudio was just a word that he made up because it sounded good. Because one of Phil Collins' things is he feels the music. He feels the music and he just starts bumbling strange words and then stuff comes out. I think that's how that happened.
Does anybody know what abacab means? I rest my point. There you go.
Well, yeah, I do. It's song section A, followed by song section B, followed by song section C, and then they went back to A and then back to B. Right, Lisa?
And no, we have not found any scorpions in. It's interesting that we have not seen hide nor hair.
Okay.
Of scorpions
There
here
hasn't
in
been.
SMA.
There hasn't been a single insect anywhere around here that we've seen, with the exception of Mauricio.
Bull.
What?
A cucaracha.
Oh, wait, there was a cockroach out in the parking lot. There was a cockroach out in the parking lot and he was on his back. I think he was dying. He was doing one of these things. And I was like, I felt bad for him. So I actually tried to flip him over on his belly. And then 20 minutes later, he's back on his back again. So I think he must have been like poisoned or something. And then he was just gone. And no, I typically would not do that, but he was outside. As long as he's outside, I don't care.
Yeah. Hey, same thing with the scorpions. You guys stay on that side. Life is good. You come in, invade the house. Well, now we got a problem. So.
Hey, I got it. I know my music. I know my music history.
Okay, Paper Late.
Paper Late.
I mean,
Paper Late. Okay, so I'll tell you where Paper Late came from. Paper Late is literally a reference to an earlier Genesis song called Dancing with Moonlit Night. And it goes, Paper Late was a voice in the crowd. And it goes on. There's more lyrics. Yeah. But later on, when Phil was lead singer and Peter Gabriel was gone, I don't know, they jumped on that Paper Late word and made a new song. There you go. Tell them how many albums I own. 1,400 vinyl records, not including my 10-inch or my 45s. Been to a lot of concerts, significant number of festivals, but I'm a music collector.
Album that I owned was, and we still have it. It Ain't Easy, Three Dog Night.
Yeah.
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 And definitely, music wise, you ought to hear us every year when the Hall of Fame list is announced.
If they don't put Three Dog Night in the Hall of Fame, I will never hear the end of it.
Oh, hold on. Whoa. 3-dog night. Jimmy Buffett.
I agree with Jimmy Buffett for sure.
The Guess Who.
Maybe.
How many other one-hit wonders do we have in there? They have a whole album of greatest hits.
I'm pulling for Kate Bush, no lie.
You know. and Jim Croce is another one of mine, because you can't fault the guy for dying. And you look at his album of work and you go,
okay.
This
is a great question. Do we live frugally? I could pinch that money until it cries. Oh yeah. I would say we do. I've been the one
yes and no. Because we do on a lot of things, and then all of a sudden we're booking our Airbnbs and we go,
true.
And not this one, not the next one, but the one after that, just to give you guys a heads up, which will be in about 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
We spent way too much money on this, but the house is in the middle of nowhere, but it's cool. I mean, it was just one of those that we just went, oh man.
It was a cool house. But in general, I've been the one who's really done the budget for years. And, nothing against him. But if I were to go and die tomorrow, I don't think he would know where to pay what, because I've just done the budget for so long. I know all the logins, all the accounts. I know how much is getting paid. I know when things renew. I mean, I just know all of that. And I am very, very, very tight with how much is coming in and how much is going out. And I mean, we have to be. And especially when we lived in the United States, because we quite literally lived paycheck by paycheck.
Like a lot of people.
And a lot of people do. There was very little put away for retirement. The amount that was put away was pretty much, for me, it was always the amount that they would match. Because I always thought it was foolish.
They're going to give you money, take it.
To not at least put in as much as they would match. But that was like basically the max. There is not a nest egg to retire on for us. And a lot of people have that, and that's great. But we always had to live kind of paycheck to paycheck. So there was really never that much to put away to save. So what I'm earning right now, I'm socking away.
Oh, yeah.
I'm saving really hard right now, so that if I don't have another contract come up right away, we're good for a year, if I just keep doing what we're doing.
And we've already paid for over half of the Airbnbs for the next year, because a lot of them are 1 month. And so we prepaid for all of those. So, it took a big chunk out at the very beginning, because, but we wanted to lock those in. Several reasons. One being the fact that the price of Airbnbs keeps going up. And so we wanted to lock that in and be done with it. And number two, what we learned from sitting on that side of the border and booking to getting down here, what looked appealing when we were sitting in the US, we suddenly started going, oh, that looked great there. But here, too far from Centro. We want to be able to do this, and so our priorities have changed.
A little bit.
And so we did have the first 2 booked. And fortunately, now we have the next 13 months already booked. And with the exception of the one that we splurged on.
Right.
And that was only because we really liked the house and had a great pool. And we were just
spent too much. We
spent, but the rest of them, we have houses that are going to allow us to really show you more of life in those particular locales, because we are fairly closer
to Centro. Yep. And I want to say hi, Skip. Thank you for joining us.
Yep. And you are correct, Cindy. There isn't a Sam's or a Costco. You got to go all the way. And I say all the way down at Herdikia. It took me, I had to make a cigar run last week, and 45 minutes from the Sam's Club, and that's including missing the Returno.
Oh, wow. I wanted to continue on the luxury thing too. If we go
I need a
to,
beer.
I sort of feel like shopping at City Market is a luxury, frankly. I think City Market is intentionally priced.
Gringo.
It's Gringo, and it's priced higher. A lot of that is because a lot of the items are imported. So I get why it costs more. I don't want to rely on a place like City Market, but where we are right now, it's literally La Comer and City Market, and they're owned by the same company, and the prices really are not that different between, at least here in San Miguel. As far as a luxury item that I could never have afforded otherwise, we actually have paid twice now to have someone come in and clean. We're not particularly dirty people. We're only using one out of the 3 bedrooms that are here. But this woman, her name is Letty, and our hostess trusts her and has her come in, I think, once or twice a week into her home. Well, we've been here 2 months, and twice we have had Letty come in, and Letty does a phenomenal job. She wet mops everything, cleans all the bathrooms. She even does the rooftop, and she dusts. She's great. I mean, I like to take care of my own home kind of thing, but it does get really dusty here, and she just comes in and does all that dusting, and it's great. So that is a luxury to me, because I always thought maybe someday in the United States, especially when I had moved to Asheville with an IT job, that maybe I could have someone come in and do some light housekeeping, maybe twice a month. And it never got to that point. We could never afford it, but we're here and we can't afford it. And I realize that's a privilege. I think she does a wonderful job, and I give her a little bit extra, probably more than our hostess gives her. I don't know. But
And to be honest, I do laundry. So, I mean, it's not like, no, we don't run it down to the lavanderia. I do it. In fact, my age, you get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. So last night it was like, I got up at 2. You know what? Let's just throw a load of the towels in. So I threw the towels in at 2. A couple hours later, had to get up again. So it was like, you know what? Time to move them from there into the dryer. So
he's always been really good about that, because he's been semi-retired for a few years. So he's Mr. Mom. He cooks, he cleans. I was a lucky lady.
Hey, gotta do something to earn my keep.
Yeah. Oh, well. So we got some videos that we're working on. I'm going to let you know about what's coming up. I'm just hoping I have them done in time for the weekend, but one of them is definitely going to be a longer video than the short that we put out, all about El Señor de las Conquistas.
That's amazing.
It was just, I have always been very, very attracted to any sort of indigenous ceremonies. I think my favorite thing about when the Olympics came to Canada was that whole huge indigenous thing, that and Ashley McIsaac. I love Ashley McIsaac as well. But the whole indigenous presentation just blew my mind. Powwows, all these things in the United States, I love to watch them. So being able to witness something that literally is a ceremony that they have been doing for over 400 years was such a privilege to me. It was so moving. It was fascinating. It was beautiful.
And in the varying degrees of me, because it was group after group after group after group, and none of them were exactly the same.
No.
So I mean, it really is. They have put their own identity into it, and it's really something to behold.
And it caused us to do some history.
Yeah.
I mean, we're learning history. We're learning Mexican history.
Yep.
Isn't that a good thing? If you're going to live somewhere, don't you want to know all the history about the culture that you're residing in, I think?
Yeah. I recorded one this morning, another one of these ones to make it easy, but I don't know if it'll ever see the light of day, because I was hot this morning. And I have not been hot since I got down here. But the way that mainstream media treated the incident that occurred at Matamoros up at the border.
I'll be right back.
and then to turn around this morning and read some idiot, that's no other way of saying it, who said that people that were coming to Cancun would be subject to being violently attacked in leaving the Cancun airport and going to their resorts. And I'm like, Gina and I have done that numerous times. And every time we've ever gone from the airport to the resort, we've had nothing but kind drivers who have greeted us with a smile, with a cool towel, with a bottle of water, a beer. You know what? Can we stop at Walmart on the way? Here's an extra $10.
Yeah.
No problem. I mean, and for this moron to say that what happened at the border, which is a 20-some-hour drive, is going to affect what's happening in Quintana Roo is like, excuse me?
Okay.
So enough of that.
He's still hot about it.
I'm still hot about it.
But it is true. People say things. You can't trust everything you read, see, or hear. Maybe he was referring to the whole taxi driver versus Uber thing happening, and who knows? But anyway.
It was a stupid way of saying it.
It's just bad to
equate that something.
Right.
That's like saying what happens in Chicago affects the spring breakers in Clearwater.
Okay. Which city surprised us the most or liked the most? Well,
we've only got two so far.
We've only lived in 2 cities so far, but we have also visited Pueblo Mágicos. What surprised us the most? Surprised, or what we liked the most? I think right now, oh Lord, it's hard. I like Querétaro for a lot of reasons. If you're in Centro or Calesa, is it Querétas? There's a few neighborhoods that are close to Centro. I expected Querétaro to be a whole lot more compact and just full of people that are just like on top of each other, and it's not.
A lot more like Monterrey. Because I mean, that was the impression I got of driving through Monterrey. Was a lot of people in an area there.
San Miguel has not surprised me because I kind of expected it to basically remind me a lot of Asheville, North Carolina, and it has done that really.
Oh, it has lived up to that billing.
And I'm not. That's not a derogatory thing. I'm just saying it didn't surprise me. Tequisquiapan surprised me, and I
in a very positive way.
I was like, "Whoa, I could maybe live here," but Dolores Hidalgo.
Yes,
I'm going to say Dolores Hidalgo has been really, really beneficial in the fact that we learned so much history about Mexican independence.
And what we really learned is that, don't mess with the indigenous people in the Highlands area because they ain't playing. As Richard Pryor would say, don't go mess with the old men because they ain't playing. I'll take this wooden leg off, whip your ass right now. So, all right, back to the tip jar. Anyway, but
what am I going to do with him?
But that, but it's amazing how much of the spark of everything, came from this particular region in the Highlands up here between Dolores Hidalgo, San Miguel,
right.
And that whole thing.
How much money's in the tip jar? Yumi in Mexico by Edward Bear. I am not familiar with that song.
And the only song she knows by Edward Bear is one that she absolutely hates.
Which is probably why I don't know this one.
It's called The Last Song. See, I knew.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Some
people must love that song. I'm not going to knock it.
Why do you think it's on my playlist? Hey, you were 3 when the song came out.
That's right. And I was
So
3 and listening to The Who. So, and Bob Marley and Pink Floyd. I was 3 and listening to Desmond Decker. Not
hey, I was trying to get laid. I mean,
Tip jar.
for LAID.
Yes.
Oh God.
Shame on you. This is a clean broadcast.
Ay, 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 ay. Yes, I agree. The funniest thing that
Oh my gosh. Thank you, baby. Do you know that you are the very first person ever to do that? You get the honor of being the first. Thank you so much. That's
I
awesome.
remember going to see Richard Pryor live in concert. No, not him live in concert. The movie live in concert, and damn near peed my pants because that thing was hilarious. And it is still available today. I don't know if they'll allow you to watch it in its uncensored version.
Oh, we have to buy intestine tacos. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it should be our audience's theme song.
We'll have to look that up.
I'm definitely going to look this up. Spotify. Spotify is my friend. I hope you're joking, Bobby. I don't think I could do those tacos like that. How about if I agree that they will be lingua or lingue? How do you say it? Lingua? Is it lingua or lingue? Anyway,
I know exactly how to say it. No, I'm not having that.
Give me some tongue tacos. Lengua. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Yes.
Yes.
So other videos. Of course, we're going to have a video coming from Dolores Hidalgo.
Or 2.
It may be 2.
We may have to go one for the museos and one for the rest of the town because we actually have done
we did
3
we did
in Independencia, the Casa de la Hidalgo
the bicentennial,
and then the bicentennial one was the prison.
I think so.
Okay,
I have to go back and look
because that was a very dark.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it
no,
outstanding.
But bicentennial was not.
No, the bicentennial was
the one
with
with
all
the art
the
display.
Yes.
There's a lot of great art. Yeah, there was one that was really dark. That's true. And we went to the same place to eat twice, which was really good.
Gives you an idea how good it is.
And of course, I had all the weird ice creams. Helado. Not that I know how to say the word. Yes, I did mole, beer, and chili mango. And I do not like beer. I don't like beer. But beer ice cream was delicious.
I like beer.
No beer. Oh, let's see. It is in the middle of the, yeah. 7 extinct craters. Oh. No, I did not hear. We did not hear this, Skip. Thank you for that information. That's something I'd like to look up. Oh, and we want to go and do some more neighborhood walks. There are some neighborhoods around here that I'm very interested in doing some videos on, and there's a botanical garden as well. Yeah. So nieve for ice cream. Okay. I mean, helado was pretty much what I think they had on the signs, although there was one person that was bragging about how wonderful their ice cream was, and they had a very large sign talking about their amazing ice cream. Oh, Wilfredo. Oh, gracias. You're contributing. Oh, that's for the mezcal. Thank you. You're making me want to get out some mezcal, but I gotta be good. We were sitting on Brighton's live stream yesterday, and I had 2 glasses of cream mezcal. I got to be good. But thank you very much for the super chat. That's very generous of you. We
Yes.
appreciate it. Maybe that'll buy a pass into La Gruta.
I don't know.
I don't know. We want to go to the thermal spa or the thermal springs.
We got 5 weekends left.
I know. We're running out of time. We want to do that. And everybody says, do it during the week. I would love to do it during the week if I didn't have to work. And I get paid billable hours. So if I don't work, I don't get paid. And I'm all about socking up that money. So if I don't get another job after this contract ends, then we have money to live on. So I really don't want to do that.
Or that money goes into the house fund. I mean, so that's,
Joe, I'm kind of wondering, maybe I can work 4 10-hour days and then just have a day off so we can go in the middle of the week to these springs. Because we've been told the weekends are very busy and nobody wants to go on the weekend. And well, yes, being that I am an introvert, believe it or not. Yeah. I can't. Too many people just, I know I made a comment about how I felt like San Miguel, El Centro and San Miguel was claustrophobic. And we were asked, what does that mean? How do you feel claustrophobic when it's outside? It's not that it's closing in on me. It's more like the streets are very narrow, the sidewalks are very narrow, and you're sharing that very narrow space with cars and a lot of people. On the weekends, there are a lot of people in Centro.
And then you have to navigate the parked cars.
Right.
I mean,
it's more like that. It's just more like that. There's just so much going on in a congested small space. And it's not like, look, it's like this, guys. I could have been a nurse.
I could have been a cowboy, to quote Toby Keith.
That's true.
But
I ended up taking a stupid class on being a lab tech. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is so much better than being a nurse and touching people.
Hold on.
I don't want to touch people.
Therein comes the introvert part. You mean I can do all this stuff I like and I don't have to deal with people? I don't care. Give me the pee, the poop, the blood, and all the other stuff. That's good. That's better than people.
I'll smell whatever nasty things you want me to smell. I'll touch whatever stupid things you want me to touch.
Secret to our marriage.
As long as it's not touching people. It's true. All the smelly poops, all the smelly pees.
You are talking about patience, right? I mean,
I'm talking about specimens.
Oh, okay.
But now I don't do that anymore either, because now I do the IT to help the people who do those things. Oh my gosh, John. Dang. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness.
This was not the intent,
no,
folks.
Guys, we weren't coming here to try to fleece you all. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Really. You guys are very generous. Oh Lord, tripa tacos, dude. I don't know, Linda. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I was a meat wrapper a while ago, a long time ago, and there was something about tripe. I don't know. It smelled like really bad breath, and it felt weird.
It's got that texture. I mean,
yeah.
Pepper pot soup. Which. Everything in pepper pot soup, I love, except the tripe. That's,
Remember I mentioned my grandfather?
Ode to my Canadian friends.
My grandfather, who used to eat the Limburger cheese sandwiches with me out on the porch, he used to eat tripe. I remember him cooking it. I don't know.
I can tell you, tripe.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Of course, that family also used to eat the squid. I remember my mom and my grandma cleaning
her family, not mine.
My mom and grandma would clean. They would buy the squid frozen from, if any of you are familiar with the company DeLallo. DeLallo is a Italian importing company in Jeanette, Pennsylvania, that I grew up on, literally. And now DeLallo has their products marketed all over the United States, which is pretty amazing to me.
Which funny story. We actually went to the original DeLallo's, and she's wandering around. She's looking for certain things for her lasagna, and they have rebuilt the store. It's a really nice store. I mean, they modernized it and everything else. And so she's wandering around looking, and I'm just sort of doing my, okay.
He didn't grow up in an Italian neighborhood. He has no idea.
And so if you stand at the right angle at the meat counter, you could see right through the reflective glass. And there's the Italian men in their wife beaters, drinking their wine in their short little glasses.
Explain wife beater. Some people may not know what that is.
Oh, those are the white tank top t-shirts.
That's a very derogatory term. We apologize, but that is
damn. Back to the tip jar. Anyway,
white tank top undershirts.
White, yeah, the sleeves one, but that's So
anyway, my grandparents would buy frozen blocks of squid, and my mom and my grandma would thaw them out, and they would be cleaning, and this purple dye would be all over the place. They would clean them. But my dad thought it was funny to take one of these thawed out squid and shake it at me and chase me all over the house with it. So to this day, I do not eat squid.
If we're going to talk about your dad, I'm going to need all of John's.
I'm going to take
all of John's money and put it into the tip.
We're not going there. Okay, never mind. Squid. So I just saw so fruits. Skip, you are absolutely right on the fruits. There are a lot we have not tried yet. I used to have an Indian friend who did expose me to fruits like star fruit. I'm trying to think. There was another one.
Jack or the dragon?
Might have been dragon fruit, maybe jackfruit. But I walk into the store and I do see fruits that I almost want to try, and I don't know what to do with them. I don't know what they are. I'm thinking I should just go in one day and just buy one of everything and bring it home and just have at it. Just try it.
Well, and I will say this. I have eaten more fruit since we have gotten down here than I did in the States. I mean, I'm routinely, when we were in Dolores Hidalgo, we got the fresas, a kilogram of fresas for 50 pesos. So,
maybe rated R.
I'm being nice, Mark. There are times it can really reach the rating, but
I like the suggestions though of these fruit. I think that's a good idea too. I mean, I would not mind doing a video of my reaction to various fruits. That could be fun.
I can film it.
But if you're filming it, then I'll be the one that's on it, and you will not.
Well, but see, I can be doing what I know, and that's my comfort zone.
He doesn't like to try new things, guys. I am definitely the foodie in this relationship for sure. Make it live. Uh-oh. I think we've been challenged. I think the gauntlet has been
laid.
Yes.
Does that mean we have to get what's her name with Clint Eastwood? The Gauntlet, Sandra. That actress that he used in a lot of those movies.
Yeah, you lost me.
Okay.
Locke. Cindy knows.
Sandra Locke. Yes.
Cindy knows.
Outlaw Josie Wales, The Gauntlet, the Deadpool.
The crunchier, the better. Okay. Hey,
Every Which Way But Loose too. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
I do have a question, and maybe some of you can tell me. I am a really big fan of red and black grapes. But the predominant grape that I find in the stores is a green table grape. Is that just because maybe they're just harder to come by, or maybe they cost more and don't sell well, or something like that? I really like the darker grapes. I'll eat a green grape, but man, if I could get a darker grape, like a red or a black one, I'll jump on that.
Suzanne Plachette. Have you ever
Ah,
thought of wearing a sweater? Does anybody know where that came from?
huh?
It Suzanne Plachette. And have you ever thought about wearing more sweaters? It's a quote from a sitcom.
Bob Newhart?
At the end of the second show, he wakes up. They wrap up the show. He wakes up in bed with Suzanne Plachette.
Oh,
But the wife in the other show wore a lot of sweaters. So he looks at Suzanne Plachette and goes, "Have you thought about wearing more sweaters?"
I see. There you go. See, he knew Newhart. Yes, Dave. We actually have been using those iodine drops, and gosh, they probably sit in there for 20 to 30 minutes, sometimes longer.
Or an hour if she's working and I forget. And
Yeah, but we've been using those, and it's worked out really well. We have not had a problem with salads or vegetables or fruits or anything yet.
no, because a couple of the salads we have bought have said on them pre-clean, do not need to,
And some of them said
and some of them
wash.
said wash.
I wash
So
them anyway. I'm trying to think. And really, neither one of us have gotten sick. We've been here now since November, and we have not gotten sick.
other than COVID,
Other than COVID, right?
I mean,
Skip the green grape. It's also good. Yes, the USA does have green grapes. It seems like the variety that I have found so far in the United States was far more expensive. And in fact, I actually got hooked on a type of grape that's grown in California by a company called the Grapery. It was called Moon Drops or something. Oh my gosh, they were so good, like candy. But no, I just like darker grapes. And all those varieties and the green grapes, they're all available in the United States. I just noticed when I go shopping at these supermarkets, and even sometimes I've been to like a fruit stand, the green grapes are always available. Darker grapes are hit or miss. And I even noticed this in two different city markets so far, that if they had any dark grapes, there's a good chance that they had started to go bad and were growing mold or something, which made me wonder, do people just not buy them here? Or are they just really expensive and maybe that's why they don't get bought? And if that's the case, maybe the store doesn't get that many in because they don't want to lose the inventory and the money. I don't know. I just wondered. It's just things that make you go,
hmm.
Okay, so Mark, you're talking about those micheladas, and that's beer. Gina don't drink no beer. But I'll have the beer ice cream. Moondrops. Thank you, Pammy. And the cotton candy. Yes. And the cotton candy are green ones.
And the nun farts.
And they're really
Oh,
talking about grapes.
Okay. Fighting about things you like. She loves tamarindo.
Oh, tamarindo. Yes, very, very good. And I like it even more if it's got some chili pepper. Yes. Spicy. Picante. Hello, Richard.
Oh,
Yes.
road for good sites for determining road safety when driving to Texas. Oh God, Richard.
Wow. That's a hard one.
I mean, what we did is check the news, and what, and one of the things we paid attention to was
Mhm.
the fact that um, while it is quicker to go to San Luis Potosi and then up to Monterrey, that road from San Luis Potosi to Monterrey is from what I understand pretty windy, and if they do get an accident, it can get backed up. Which is why we opted when we came down to do through Aguas Calientes and stayed in Aguas Calientes and drove from Monterrey, and then just broke it down into 3 days. The longest day was from Monterrey to Aguas Calientes, and that was, I think, 6 hours.
Yeah.
Um, and it was it was a pretty easy drive. You really don't have the ability. The only other way of place you could make a stay to break it up any even more would be in Zacatecas. And right now, Zacatecas is not exactly on the list of places that I would feel good about spending the night. Driving through it during the day didn't have a problem, but you know, so
Oh, I'm kind of on a diet too. I lost
I am too.
before we moved here. I had lost about 50 pounds, and then I don't know. And the only exercise I get is up and down the stairs to the roof, and then if we go somewhere on the weekend. So yeah, I kind of gained 10 back. So I'm trying to be good.
Now, back to the other, just for briefly,
Sorry.
for Richard is we did utilize the automoteles.
Mhm.
We didn't have to unpack the car. They tend to be cheaper than the regular hotels, and if you do it during the week, you can normally get a 12-hour stay for about anywhere from 30 to $50 and have a very nice room.
Mhm.
And I mean, we can testify to um, the Hotel Astoria in Aguas Calientes, and definitely the Kyoto Motel
In
in
Monterrey.
Monterrey. You know, the only thing I can say is don't get there late because they do have a line.
They're popular.
Very popular.
Oh my.
Boom chaka
And
boom.
and why are they popular? Right.
Boom chaka boom.
So basically an auto motel is where you go to knock boots. And it can be because maybe you're being secretive about it, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that it is the culture that you live at home with your family until you get married. So if you're dating someone and you're involved, you
And
got to
you-
go find a place to go.
and quite honestly, the two places we went, they're clean. They were clean, they were safe, and the food was good.
Yeah.
Wha-
Yeah. The hardest part about the Alta motels is some of them will not bend with
Oh,
how long they
God.
will let you have a session. And you're buying it by the session, and some of them will not let you buy more than one session. So, yeah.
Yes, we did.
We did take a UV light. Let me tell you, UV lights are very good for checking in hotels. Two things: one, bed bugs, and two, body fluids. And we're talking about a facility that is utilized by people who are exchanging
Bodily fluids.
And they will often have devices in the room to assist with that, such as a Kama Sutra chair. I black light tested everything: the swing, the bed, the bathroom,
Mm-hmm.
and I checked that Kama Sutra chair, and they were clean.
Clean.
They were clean. Yeah.
About the pets, there is a site.
Bye,
It-
Mark.
it is called Moteles de Mexico. And on that site, you can put it starts out putting in the state that you want to go to, and then you put in the sound or the town, and then from there you are able to also go through and you can see reviews, and a lot of them um, will have
I'm looking for the website so I
Yep.
could post it.
hotelesdemexico.com.
Got it.
And you can select the hotel, and then it will also go to the reviews, Google reviews, and a lot of times you can find out in there.
Yep. I just put the link if you're interested in looking. And of course, we picked the ones that had the good reviews.
Yes.
You got to understand that most of the time these are being reviewed by, well, nationals,
Locals.
people who actually
Yeah.
use it. So if the locals give it a bad review,
Let me put it this way also. There's a couple in my searching that were under 100 pesos per session. And the reviews were in the 2s.
don't go there. Our rooms did not
No.
have a poll. I actually was kind of disappointed because I wanted to do a little dance, but no, we had no poll. But we had a steam room.
Yeah, you could hear it all night long.
Oh, I know we missed it. We missed something here. I'm scrolling up because I swear we missed something. Yeah, Arlene, I know. Me and Annie, we got that spicy down, right? We both like it. I thought I missed a comment here, but maybe I didn't. About pets. How about pets? You answered that.
Yep.
Okay. I guess that's it. We didn't miss anything. Are they well enclosed?
Yes.
Oh, yes. They're very private too.
Yes.
Nobody outside can see any of the facilities inside. And you get your own garage, the door shuts, and no one sees you.
Okay. Now, since I did all the research on this, there are some that only have curtains and not garage doors.
Oh.
And so I immediately discounted anything that had a curtain because our entire world. Well, I didn't say there's no loud neighbors.
I didn't hear anybody.
And we were there on a Friday night and a Saturday night. And the only thing we really heard was the steam room going, sounding like the sperm whale. But anyway, that was, no. Did we hear the cars sitting outside as they were running? Yeah, because the line was going until 2, 3 in the morning.
It's true.
But no, could not hear neighbors.
I mean, if you can imagine, there was a line of cars waiting to get into this place so they could
3 in the morning.
Have
and it was
relations.
still, as far as the eye could see, there was a line.
Yeah, true.
And the only reason I was still up at 3 in the morning because at my age, I get up and I was like, okay, hold on, let me see. Are they still out there? Yes, they were.
Yeah. No, we never heard anybody at all.
Uh-uh.
And one of the places they kind of worked kind of like a hotel, sort of. They had like the automotel part, and then they had
the Astoria in Aguascalientes was a motel / hotel. And so when we got there, that was well, you damn Skippy. They didn't have to assume anything.
Oh my God, he was madly mad.
But I get there and ask for total la noche, and they actually went 695 pesos. Boom. Okay. How much to get the jacuzzi room? No. That they reserve to rent for multiple times over the session. So they basically were like, nah, you're getting,
you get a regular room.
You're getting this rate. You get a swing, a Kama Sutra chair, and a room.
Yeah.
And a garage. And quite honestly, we were like, okay,
We're good.
we're good. Just send the food up and send the girl up so that she can give us the password for the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And I scared the hell out of her when I walked out because she didn't expect anybody to come walking out the door. You know,
He was clothed. Just
that's our story. We're sticking to it. Anyway,
he was clothed.
yes.
Oh, but they do. You know what they do in there, though? Okay. I have heard of people taking their family with children to these places.
I have
as
seen
well.
pictures of that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
and that's fine. Like if you're traveling like we were and you want to use the garage for the same purpose we did, yeah, I could see people taking their children along. But you got to be careful because when you go in there, there's going to be a menu of products or items that you can order and have brought to your room. And they provide you with condoms in the room.
Well, so you can blow up balloons and make balloon animals.
I'm just saying.
Yep.
There's toys. There's a book of toys. So you just gotta hide that book of toys if you don't want the youngins seeing it. That's all. Right? Oh, what's going on? They lose? Oh Lord. Oh, the Hills are getting their butt handed to them.
Yeah. Our season's done.
Yeah, I guess so.
But no, that's the way. I mean, that is one of the things that when we're going to be traveling, from city to city, most of the time we have arranged this. So when you guys are trying to figure out where we're going, I have done this pretty much where we're able to do a 1-day drive. And when I say 1-day drive, that is, I draw a day at about 6 hours because I want to allow us enough time. Should something happen, accident on the road, backup, whatever, I'm trying to avoid us being on the road after dark, especially when we're going from city to city and we don't know where we're going. I mean, that's one of the things that makes us sort of sit there and go, okay, we're going to be hitting a strange city. And yes, we're getting better at comprehending what we're doing with the navigation and everything else, but still, it's a strange city.
True.
And so we like to do that during daylight and be in the hotel or motel, whatever, before it gets there. So,
oh no, they better be new. Or at least sterilized. I don't know.
They got an autoclave. Anyway,
I heard you could use a dishwasher to clean them. That's what I heard. Oh
God, that reminds me of that guy last year when we were at
where's this going?
Palace Resort, and the guy had the brilliant idea that he was going to create a line of sex toys that you could wash in the dishwasher.
Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about.
But that's because you don't spend the time at the swim up bar like I do.
This is the swim up bar where he holds court.
And this guy was, I've got this brilliant investment idea.
And we're not investing. Okay.
And I'm going, dude, it's called glass.
Yeah. So do we use a Garmin or a cell phone? We use a cell phone. I do have Waze and I have the Google Maps. I rely more on Google Maps. I have been told our friends Liz and Romy from my place at Querétaro, I think they prefer to use Waze, that it's more accurate. I don't know because I don't use Waze often enough to make a comparison, although I do have both. I'm just so used to being a Google person because everything on Android and all the things associated with the phone seem to lean toward Google. So I just always stuck with it.
Well, and that's, I mean, when we decided that we were going to switch, no. I mean, to be honest, I'm answering Fabian on that. Driving around with a 50 cal, you know what? It makes me feel better there is more of a police presence here in Mexico than there is in the US, and that just makes me feel safer.
Right.
So,
I mean, if you were to
um,
see that in the United States, there would be an uproar and all
oh
the
God.
media, and then people would burn down buildings and set dumpsters on fire and everything else. Where here, I know they're not abusing it. They're there protecting you.
And they need
So
a 50 cal in case something
yeah,
happens. They're
yeah,
there to protect themselves. So
right.
no, not a problem there. But back to the whole when we decided that we were gonna give up the opportunity to go for permanent residency because we wanted to have the ability to have um the car
Mhm.
so that we had the luxury of being able to drive everywhere for the 4 years. And that's when we decided, well, if we're going to take the car, you know, the 2012 model of the Sorrento did not have the display screen.
Right.
And so we decided that, you know what, if we're going to be driving around the country for all of this for the next 4 years, we spent $900, $1,000, whatever it
Something like
was.
that.
Um, you know, put some kick speakers in that bad boy, give us the screen so that we have the ability to see it up there because it makes it easier for her to see. It does talk to us. And I say it's easier for her to see because if I'm wearing polarized glasses at the angle I'm normally at, I can't read that thing.
Right. I mean,
So
so essentially, we got a touch screen navigation
yep,
screen installed into the car
that just reads off our phone.
that reads off the phone. Yeah, Android Connect or something like that.
Yep.
So again, we're back to Google Maps. We've been utilizing Google Maps.
Yep.
So
And it has it led us astray yet? Really, no. No, I mean,
Mrs. mispronounces a lot
oh,
of things.
Tiskiski Alpan.
This
Scalp. I'm gonna scalp it. You know, but let me tell you this: it's more accurate here in Mexico than it was in the mountains of the Great Smoky Mountains. Because in the Great Smoky Mountains, it would put us on roads that didn't exist.
That is true. I forgot about that.
I mean, we'd be like,
Where's the road?
where are you trying to put us?
Right, that's true. Okay.
Yes, that is true. I can say that I did this last week
Mhm.
when I went to Enrique Montez as far as Google will try and reroute you. Um, that was something that I try and pay attention to and not always let it. I look at it the night before, and like when I went to Enrique Montez, I downloaded the offline version that I wanted to travel, and a couple times it came up and said you can go this way, and I went, yeah, well, I could go that way, but I'm going to go this way, the way that I'm going right now, and it worked very effectively. And then I did throw it a curveball because of uh, wanting to stop at the Sam's Club on the way back, and that sort of made it
Oh, you
go.
blew its mind.
Yeah, and,
Okay.
and then it sort of was like, "Do you want to go where?"
So there's a really good question here on the bathrooms.
Speaking of,
Baños. Okay, he's gonna leave. Okay, baños.
I'm going broke because of my Coke habit and paying for bathrooms.
Okay, so about paying for bathrooms. I guess it really depends on the condition of the bathroom. If the bathroom's being kept up, if the toilet paper is present, if there's a seat on the toilet, I don't mind paying for a bathroom. Somebody has to do that work. And if this is going toward them, if this is paying for the toilet paper to be present and the bathroom to be clean, why not? Why not pay for it? When I was a child in the United States, I remember being at the bus terminals, sometimes at department stores. I want to say GB's, maybe Kmart. I can't remember. But when I was a child, yeah, you paid to go to the bathroom. I remember that. It was like a dime or something. And I remember it because I was a child, I would just crawl underneath the door and go for free. But we used to have to pay for some of our bathrooms. That's not a new concept, and I don't mind it if the bathrooms are being kept up. Now, I do think we stopped at one gas station and I did not have to pay for that bathroom. And the result of that was there was no toilet paper, there was no seat, but I had to go. And when you're a lady, that means basically squatting.
Words to the wise, guys. If you see a toilet paper dispenser outside of the baño, grab the paper. Because what they're telling you is there's not any inside. So that's just a tip to the wise.
And I would also say that about carrying the toilet paper with you, one of the things that I have always done is I carry baby butt wipes. So baby wipes, I carry baby wipes. I even keep baby wipes here in the house because in some places where you're living in an older area and the infrastructure, the plumbing may not be good enough to handle toilet paper, they don't want you to flush it anyway. You have to put it in the can. If it's a newer construction, there's a good chance that you're fine and that they can handle flushing toilet paper. But you know what? As a lady, sometimes those baby butt wipes are very, very helpful in keeping, a nice clean tushy. And so I've always carried a little pack in my purse.
I can honestly say probably one of the best things you can do if you've got like an armrest is have a little pre-packaged roll. I'm not about the whole roll, just enough squares and packed and then stuck in there so that you can grab it, stick it in the pocket, go. If you don't need it, you bring it back, put it back in the armrest. But at least if you get there, you're going, all right, I'm covered.
I have to laugh because when we were in Dolores Hidalgo, I wanted to stop by the cemetery right outside of town because I wanted to see the mariachi singers, his mausoleum in the local cemetery. Last name Jimenez. Alfredo Jimenez. Anyway, the cemetery is beautiful. And the interesting thing about it is that there's a lot of the graves are above ground and it's white, all these white stones and monuments. And then all of a sudden there's this huge golden sombrero with a long rainbow colored, I guess it's maybe a cloth coming off of it. But we went there to see that. And I didn't know exactly where it was. So I veered to the right, where maybe 3 or 4 meters into the cemetery, and they're charging me 5 pesos. And I'm like, there must be a fee for coming to this cemetery, maybe because it's a tourist attraction. And then she hands me paper. And I'm looking at him like, what is this for? Well, there was a bathroom on my right. And they thought it was 5 pesos. I just kept on walking.
But if you are like on a camel, it's not a big deal. If you are like me, you always make sure that you have 5 and 10 peso coins in your pocket.
Yeah.
Because like actually when I drove to Enrique Montez last week,
yay, Debbie.
It was 5, and then I stopped at 1, and I was like, really? 6 pesos. And I'm going,
that extra peso matters.
No, but the time it took me to find the extra peso, I'm sitting here going, damn, get in here. Go. So
tip jar.
And then the other thing is be prepared. The openings are about yay wide. I still have a bruise on the shoulder from Dolores Hidalgo where trying to go in this side and it still hit me over here. So they're a little narrow.
It depends.
Yes.
It just depends.
Well, if I had depends, I wouldn't have to pay for them.
Wow. You know what? Fabian, I did not know that. I didn't know that there was like the best looking bill in the world. Now I have to look that up. You're full of all kinds of interesting information
Now I've
tonight.
seen the new 50 peso,
I
and it's good.
I didn't see
Yep.
it. And I didn't know that there was a new design out there already. Now, it hasn't been dispensed yet, correct?
No, it has been
It has? Oh,
2022. Yeah.
oh, okay. Well, then I have seen some of them. Yeah.
The difference in like the 500.
I did see the difference in the 500, the 100, and a 20.
Yeah, we have not seen the
Yeah.
only person so far that I have seen that has had the 1,000 peso was Romy.
I haven't seen 1,000 peso.
She pulled that out when we were at
Wow.
we were at dinner that one time, and she pulled out a 1,000 peso bill.
Do you know what I think is really, really cool about pesos? That little window, that I don't know what it is. It's not cellophane, but that see-through window that's in those bills is so cool. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they're neat.
polymer. That's a good yeah.
Polymer, yes, yes. It's very cool. So ah,
And they don't give them out ATMs, I can tell you that.
no, they want to give you 500s,
Fives and twos.
200s, lots of them. We know because we have to go to the ATM and make like 4 withdrawals so we can pay our rent.
And Charles Schwab goes, you can do 2
Yeah.
and then come back tomorrow.
Yeah. But I can do 2 as well.
Yes,
So
2 per card.
mm-hmm.
And let me rephrase that. 2 maximum. Basically, what is you have the ability to get $1,000 a day. So
Oh, hey, that's actually a very good point, Richard, about the ADA access. Yes.
well, except they don't call it ADA down here, they call it MDA.
Why not use a credit card with no foreign transaction fees? Well,
do.
we do. We actually have a debit card with Charles Schwab.
Mhm.
There are no foreign transaction fees, and they reimburse us every month for any ATM fees.
Correct.
Now,
That is their was it the preferred or
it's interest. Oh, I got to think about it. Investment checking. I'm like, yeah. And what? Debbie Johnson, you said there's an app? Now I have to go download this app. That is cool.
But yes, Christy, Charles Schwab is if you're going to be working with American dollars living in Mexico, yes, Charles Schwab makes it as easy and it will give you interest on your money. It's interest-bearing checking account. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Their interest-bearing checking account, no ATM fees, and you do get paid interest. Ain't a boatload, but at least it's better than losing money. And there's no conversion fees. So
yeah, we sort of been using our Capital One card to do our grocery shopping. And yes, the exchange rate is terrible right now, but Capital One is also not charging us any kind of exchange rate fees. So yeah, I do like the Schwab card quite a bit. It's my preferred.
yeah, don't get me started on why the dollar is where it's at.
Right. Yeah, they do, Casey. You're right. Yeah, I couldn't recommend it more. And
No.
and I even signed us up for Wise. You know, I haven't used it once. I've got like
No, we got money sitting in
I
there.
got like $600 of pesos that I transferred over a while ago. So they were transferred at a good rate. Literally $600 worth. Been sitting on this Wise card. I haven't used it at all yet. I haven't had a reason.
Yeah,
to
the best
use
part is it's not $600. It was what the equivalent
That's what I mean.
pesos were
That
at
when
the
you-
time. I
when
think
you-
it was 20 some pesos
Yeah.
20, almost 21 when we did that conversion, and now it's not that good.
Right. You know what? Yes, I also saw the 60,000 mile offer from the AA Advantage. Uh, they don't like me. I tried.
The
They don't like me. So
yeah, the exchange
oh
rate.
well.
I mean, I got a feeling we're going to be under 20 at least until 2024. And that's just, and I'm going to leave it at that. So
There will be no politics and no talks of religion on this channel.
no, Chase Sapphire. That's
Yeah.
another one that,
Yeah.
that gets very high reviews as far as a great one to be able to travel with. The biggest thing is that's a card, whereas the Schwab is an account as far as a checking account. And so for things like my social security check and her paycheck and things like that, it's a great place for us to just dump that right in and work from there. So
Yeah.
we were BOA for 20 some odd
Oh
years
gosh, BOA upset us and
until
let us down. So yeah. BOA, if you go back and look through some of our older videos, the one that specifically deals with the day that we got, there was a lot of drama around the situation because the Kansas City consulate, not all of the consulates are asking us now. So one thing you need to learn, if you don't know already, is every
Yes.
consulate does their own thing. And they don't all follow procedures the same way. Kansas City required that you have a person literally sign your financial documents. They kind of alluded to that person had to be somehow involved in your finances. They didn't really get very specific. And
the wording says they need bank account statements that are signed.
Good deal, Arlene. Yeah. So they want these things signed, and they didn't, they weren't going to bend on that. They actually emailed us before the appointment, and they even said, they came back to us and said, unfortunately, we are going to have these signed. And we're sitting there going, oh my gosh, we don't have another potential appointment that we can set up right now. So they told us we could come back same day if we got them signed.
Well, we did the backup plan because we had the appointments in McAllen.
Right.
But that was,
we left. We went to a different BOA number 2. And again, they would not sign these. And the thing is they were the ones that printed the documents out for us. And if we needed to go to BOA to get anything that we pretty much wanted notarized, they would notarize for free for us, but they would not sign their own documents.
And said that I could take the printed documents down the road to UPS store and get them notarized. And I'm going,
why would we take your
I'm
documents?
sitting in front of you. You are a notary. I am a customer. Where is the break? We can't sign anything that's our own.
Okay. Well, this was a problem, obviously, because we're not getting our visa from this consulate without these being signed. Guys, we signed them ourselves. We sat in the car. I am an honest person, and I struggled with that decision. And we're sitting there going, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice because we could try to move our stuff to another bank, and we're finding out a lot of the banks will not sign these. What people tend to be doing is they're taking them to a CPA or something like that. We didn't have anyone like that.
Tax preparer.
We do our own taxes.
And folks, let me tell you this. They have no way of verifying it.
They don't.
They really don't.
I mean, I'm telling you, I'm an honest person, and I struggled with this decision in the car before we went back. And I signed them. I signed them and took them in. They took them. They were fine with them. The lady assisting us came back to us and almost with a nod and a wink looked at us. And she goes, "Oh, you got them signed." And I just looked at her and said, "Yeah, I cried and made them feel bad." So then I also lied. So now I feel like I'm going to hell because I've now lied.
Well,
And then
she did feel bad, and she
Yes.
was ready to cry.
I was.
So she really didn't lie too much.
So the lady at the consulate said, really, we don't know why they want this. I mean, you could have had anybody sign them. And that's what she said
and
after the fact.
And Wilfredo, I just turned 62.
Yeah.
So thank you for not thinking that I am.
I know,
old
Fabian,
enough.
but no, they're not watching us anymore. They're not watching us anymore.
Did we? No. What we actually did was she was upset, and I'm reading the branch manager's name.
Yeah.
And we got back out, and I went, "We won't say the name, just to say that." But she goes, "Well, what do I sign it?" I said, "This." Boom. She goes, "What does that mean?" I'm like, "That's the branch manager's name."
Hi, Jetta. Look. They just wanted them signed. And this is the fact. Your bank won't sign them. We're finding out
Chase doesn't do it.
They won't sign them.
BOA doesn't do it.
So who's signing these documents? I mean, one couple that was there with us were there for the exact same reason. They had to come back because their bank was BOA and their bank would not sign. They even got a letter from the bank.
But the letter's not signed.
But it wasn't signed. So I don't know.
I mean, they stamped it. They did everything else. They did. And the lady that I first met with was looking across the table at me going, "If they have a problem, have them call me." Lady, they don't give a rat's ass who you are.
Small banks will sign. Well, that's good to know.
Yes.
Yeah, but we weren't.
But we were at BOA,
BOA.
and we needed 6 months worth of statements. That's who we had dealt with for all these 20 years.
Well, I mean, I don't know, Fabi. I think maybe it's who you talk to on a certain day of the week, just like everything else in the world. I mean, some people are willing and some people just won't. And
I agree that credit union better than PNC. Yeah, I think that credit union would help you. And BOA is going, "What can we do for you today? Sign these."
No.
What can we do for you today other than that? Because we can't do that.
Yeah. I mean, they gave us their card. They basically stamped it with a rubber stamp, but they just wouldn't sign it. So, oh, they wouldn't even sign it. They wouldn't even stamp it for you. Wow. See, look how different it is. It depends on where you are, when you're there, who you're talking to, and even the consulates aren't all the same. Because as far as I know, McAllen was not requiring a signature. However, McAllen required a letter from your employer, which I could not provide, whereas Kansas City did not require a letter from my employer. So, yeah,
it really comes down to dealing with the people on each one. In when it comes to dealing with the consulate, the secret is do what you have to do to get into the interview. I honestly believe that once you get in the interview, then it's about telling them the truth and being honest and telling them enough of the truth. But being yourself,
just being yourself,
and going, "Hey,
why do you want to go? Why do you want to be there?" And that's all they really want to know.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. PNC's maximum international transfer is only 1,500. Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Well, that's better than what Schwab is. Schwab's is 1,000.
Well, that's not transfer. That was ATM.
Oh, ATM.
Not the same thing. All right. So get a good local bank in the USA before coming to Mexico or yourself. I believe that's true.
Yeah.
I believe do a credit union, do a small bank. Yeah. Don't do the big corporate machine.
And you know what? Somebody, I think hours ago, it's a question, I think it was Reese. If you had 24 months to do this, I think one of the things that we would have done in that 24 months is establish relationship with a small local bank so that we had the ability to show the 6 months.
True. But,
Yeah.
oh, what are you going to do now? Zen Megan, it's nice to see you. Hi. So I'm so happy that McAllen was easy for you. I panicked about McAllen because of the letter of employment situation, but because I'm contracting, and that's one of the things that I've heard they really insisted on. But
well,
you had a letter, yeah,
and that's the smart thing, is doing that. Our statement has always been load for bear, hunt for squirrel.
Right.
Bring as much
Bring
ammo
it all.
as you have. But and pray that they're only going to go. Give me this, give me this, give me this. Thank you. Yeah, life is good. Thank you.
Dang, now I understand why Jordan from Tangerine Travels goes on for hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm having fun. I can keep going if you guys want to keep going. I mean, it's not like we have anything to do. If you guys want us to keep going, we'll go. Hey. Oh, Miss Cal Arts. Dang, yes, I want to.
Well, no, and you're right, Richard. They are. I mean, if my nephew had been local, I would have had him sign it because he is an accountant. He's not our accountant, but he's an accountant.
And it would have been fine. The truth of the matter is that consulate in Kansas City would not have cared if the security guard at the bank had signed those statements. If
I'd have known his last name,
right.
I'd have given you that.
Right. I mean, they so much as said so. They just weren't allowed to tell us that before.
No.
They just kind of said that after. So.
Yeah, wink, wink, nod, nod.
Right.
This is all we needed was them to be signed.
Right. Tax season is here. Okay,
yes.
Please tell me, what is this F bar? Because I don't know what that is. What is F bar? File F bar, please. What? Foreign bank account reporting. We don't have one, but
no, we are still, everything is in the U.S.
Yeah, we don't have a foreign bank. In fact, one of the nice things about tax season, not this year, it won't matter this year for me. The next year, yeah, I'll be able to claim all that back. It's foreign earned income. So, oh, yeah, that's not a good thing. Nobody wants to go to jail. For sure. Yeah, we don't have a foreign bank. Maybe we will someday. I think as we keep moving around, that's probably not going to happen until we settle down. When we finally pick a permanent home, then those things will probably be more likely to occur. Don't know where that's going to be yet, though. Oh, wow. Hey, Mark, you got a question about your career. Right now, his career is drinking as many Corona as he can before your eyes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think he ran out of chilled Corona. You may have to do cider. Ruh-roh. Now what? What are you doing?
Vodka tonic.
Oh, Lord, he's making a vodka tonic. You guys have pushed him into it now. Thank you for that, Arlene. So while Mark is making a vodka tonic, I will tell you what Mark used to do for a career. Mark was in the photo industry for many, many, many years. He started out pretty much working at like 1 hour photo cuts, right? What is going on with your phone? Why is your phone making noises? So he used to do, he started out small scale, the 1 hour photos and all that. His dad was also in the photo industry.
No, I was in the photo
before he was. Anyway, I don't know all the details in between, but he found himself working for a company that basically supplied photographers with products such as cellulose, glassine bags, and papers that you print on and things like that. Negative mounting cards. I'm repeating these things like as if I know what they are.
We had 95% of the world market.
He said they had 95% of the world market. He used to do some international business and things like that. And then digital cameras came along. And yeah, so that kind of changed that whole world. And he found himself basically working at places like Wolf Camera, Ritz Camera, as a store employee, or at times a manager, things like that.
Went back where I started.
He pretty much went back to where he started, and the pay wasn't real good. And then we moved, and the drive wasn't worth the pay. So then, while I was working IT and he was semi-retired, he became a merchandiser for Publix grocery stores, employed by an independent contracting group that would send those people into those stores and do the one thing that pisses everybody off. They'd rearrange everything. Am I right?
I moved that shit so you couldn't find it.
Yeah, he'd move that stuff around so you would like scratch your head and get mad and go, it used to be right here. And it wasn't there anymore. And that's really what he did before we moved here. And now his job is professional suntan connoisseur and cigar smoker. Oh gosh, I'm missing so many comments here. Okay, let's see. Stage 2 Mark. Hello, Derek. Thank you so much for subscribing.
Okay.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying our content.
Is a big vodka time.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
Okay, be good now.
I am. I'll be very good here shortly. Damn.
Okay, so Wayne, hello, Wayne. You just left Querétaro and you're in Mexico City. You know, I would say that Mexico City was not going to be on our radar ever just because of how populous it is in such a small place. But
well, it's a big place, but it's still a lot of people.
There are really cool things to see there. And what I'm noticing is a lot of people that I watch on YouTube who would say that, who would say, oh no, Mexico City is never someplace I'd want to go. Start going to Mexico City, and then they go again and again. And they come back and they say, I never thought I would like this place, but I'm loving it. So I'm thinking we need to do a Mexico City trip. I'm thinking that should be in our plan.
All right.
I do.
I have a plan for that.
He's got a plan for that. Happy hour. Yeah, I know. This is like we're still on the show from Brighton on his happy hour right now.
Here's the game plan on the Mexico City thing. We're going to find our place to retire, and then we will take some trips to Mexico City, because I think both of us are in agreement that Mexico City is not someplace we would retire to. Is it something we would go to experience the culture and everything else? Absolutely. But this 4-year period was about finding our place to retire, and I think both of us went, Mexico City's not on that list. And that's the whole reason we.
Oh, Bailey's and Ajijic. Oh, girl, I love that Bailey's. And so does his mom. She's a Bailey's.
See, it took me a couple times to get it right, but then now it's like her and my mom.
He married his mom. What can I say? A little Oedipus thing happening there, I think.
Hey,
I did not marry my dad.
No shit. I love my mama. I love my wife.
Oh, lovely. You guys must go there. Yes, you know.
No, we agree with that.
I think so. It wasn't the place we thought about making a permanent home, and that's why it wasn't on our agenda. But like I'm saying, I'm seeing some people like Two Travelers Mexico did a great video. They went to the Frida Kahlo Museum and things like that. Yeah, and I've seen some great videos from my Trish advisor and even Maddie. And yeah, there's been some great videos that have shown the side of Mexico City.
Backpacking Brunette was the one that kept going down there and kept going. Yeah. Man, every time I come down here, I like it more and more and more.
Tip jar.
But hey, I keep this tip jar shit up, and I ain't have anything left. But
I
anyway,
know. More tip jar.
but the amazing thing really is that, you know, we really do put blinders on, and when we were focusing on making this move, we really did go, you know what? This is about finding where we are going to live the rest of our lives. And so when we started looking at it in that aspect and putting that importance down, the list kept growing.
It's true.
I think that when we first started, if I remember right, I mean, the original cities were La Paz, Querétaro, Mérida,
I don't remember anymore.
San Miguel,
I mean,
and Ajijic.
it
I think
literally,
it was just like 5 cities.
and they were very gringo locations.
Very
to
gringo.
Be fair.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
be honest about it. We were like, oh, we need to have a really strong expat community.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
And so then we created, you know, okay, we need a spreadsheet to be able to compare them. And so then we started with, then we created she created the spreadsheet, and we put all these different categories in there. Then all of a sudden we went, you know what? We've got all these different categories. And we're looking at the map, and we're looking at the map, and all of a sudden we're going, what's this over here?
Yeah.
And then both of us are on the computer. Shh. Oh. All right, let's throw this one in. Then we start doing the research on it. Next thing you know, we're going, add that one to the list.
Right.
And add that one to the list.
Right.
And add that one to the list.
I mean, in some of these places we added, to be fair, if you guys know what that is, that's a Letterkenny reference. Anyway, we absolutely realize that some of the places we've added are going to require better Spanish.
And we purposely tried to move those a little later into
right.
And there's some, I mean, let's be for real. There's some that we added that were more of a tourist
place.
Because I don't know if we would ever live in Valladolid, Yucatan.
Well, we just got asked by Christy right now, if we had to choose today, where do we think we would choose to live?
I know, but I'm not saying. Because I don't want to go on record until we have had an opportunity, because our socks could be blown off at any one of a number of these locations. And it's not fair to prejudge until we've been there. That's just
I think that the really, really hot and humid locations are probably going, as much as I love where they are, they're probably going to take their toll on me, maybe. And I like beaches. So if it ends up being a beach place, it's probably going to be more West Coast, more than likely, if it's a beach place. Temperature and weather rise. I really like where the general area where we are so far. But I will say my sinuses are suffering because it is dry. And he had to go and get me some like saline spray for my sinuses, because man, I was like gasping for air like a guppy the other night because everything was just so inflamed. And I'm running through body oil like there's no tomorrow, because it is very dry, but the weather is so mild. So I don't, it's either I think it's either going to be a West Coast beach area, or it's going to be somewhere here in the central area.
In the Highlands.
So, one of them.
But I can say this. I'm looking at this 13, 14 years from now. Yeah. And I'm in my mid 70s.
No, it's all right. Keep talking.
Do I want, or do I see myself wanting to hike hills? No.
Yeah, it's hard,
And
guys.
do I want to be doing it on extreme cobblestones? No. Because
Yeah.
I mean, the thought of falling, breaking a hip, doing this, doing that,
It could end up being around Lake Chapala. We don't know because we haven't been there yet. So,
I mean,
yeah.
there's we've done 2 cities, we got 26 left to go.
Yep.
27, and just so everybody knows, one of the things we decided that we were going to do is we are going to not do 48 months. We're probably going to do 45 or 46 months because we were in the hot tub the other night.
Too hot in the hot tub.
And no, and we were having a conversation. Just to be fair, we were having a conversation. And it dawned on me. I said, when we get permanent residency, we have 30 days to get the car out.
Right.
Well, if we have to go from wherever this journey ends, and it's a 4-day drive back to the city, that when we all sit down and go, this is where, when the 2 of us decide this is where we're going to go.
Now you're all coming with us.
You're all coming with us. But anyway, when we decide this is where it's going to be, we got to, if it's a 4 or 5 day drive to get there, okay, well, we only got 30. There's 5 there. It's 5 to the border, or 4 to the border, or 3 to the border, whatever. There's 10 days out of that 30, and we ain't even found a place to live.
Right.
So what we determined we were going to do is do it 45, 46 months, give ourselves a little bit of time so that we can get to that final location, find ourselves a place to live, put all of our stuff in there, get it stored away, have an opportunity to start planning and going, okay, it's 3 days to the border, it's 4 days to the border, whatever. You've seen the way we work. We plan.
But Christy, I'll just say honestly, if I absolutely had to pick, I would say Querétaro. I'd be in Querétaro for sure. I was comfortable there.
Mm-hmm.
I felt safe.
I was too.
There was a lot of shopping opportunities there. The worst thing about Querétaro is the traffic. So,
best thing about Querétaro, the people.
Yep. So
I mean, we got friends.
If I had to.
We have friends in Querétaro. We can move there in a heartbeat.
Yep.
And we have people who are important to us that live in Querétaro.
There's an international airport right there. It's got flights going where we
It's not my answer right now.
No, but I mean,
but
there are so many more
places.
There's so many more places to explore, so we don't really exactly know yet.
Yeah.
But that would be it. Number 1, Dad, hello. Thank you for your question. We kind of talked about it a little bit. The consulate is the one that's going to determine whether they want you to have your documents signed or not. So some consulates don't want it, and some of them do. The best thing for you to do is know which consulate you're going to, what it is they require. And to have them signed, that's like
I'll make this statement.
Yeah.
Make sure there's a signature on them.
Well, I mean, it could be it could be a financial advisor, a CPA, it could be your cousin Lenny, it could be.
Make sure there's a signature on them.
Yeah, it could be.
That's
your
all I'm saying.
Oh Lord.
Next door neighbor down the road.
I'm trying to scroll back up because we suddenly got so many comments and I missed. There we go. Okay, yes, Zen Maiden. We also do not necessarily like heat and humidity. I want to stay in Merida. I want to experience it during the worst possible time of the year so that we can understand whether we could tolerate it or not. If there's going to be a place that's hot, that's going to be it, I think.
I lived in New Orleans.
I know.
I know what it's like.
Hot and humid.
I mean,
so the list, Fabian, based on popularity or what's nearest first. Well, right now, the list when it first got put together was literally based on whether it met criteria that we had. It had to have good medical care.
First, it had to be south of Durango.
True.
I mean, that was because Monterey checks every box, with the exception of being it's not south of Durango. I'm just that was we drew the line and go everything down here. That was what we did.
But I mean, we put together things about weather. How hot does it get? How cold does it get? How much rain does it get? Are there natural disasters? If so, what kind and how often and how severe?
Expat population.
Was the expat population and the general cost of living for rentals and things like that? Crime rates. What type of crime? Because a lot of places, the truth is, no matter what statistics you follow, not all crime is reported crime.
Nope.
And not all crime is violent crime.
No.
There's crime of opportunity, people stealing things, and then there's violent crime.
Yep.
So there were all sorts of things we pulled together, allergy indexes, how good is the cell phone coverage in this location? Everything we could think of. It was
walkability.
So anal retentive. Like, I can't even tell you. It was obsessively detailed. And then my computer crashed and we lost a lot of it. But by that time, we already had this list.
We pretty much knew the cities.
So then we took that list and we looked at how long does it take us to drive from place to place from the list we already had.
And since I was semi-retired and she was working, she's upstairs working in her office and I'm downstairs literally going with a map of Mexico going, boom, 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 nope, that ain't gonna work. Boom, 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 nope, that ain't gonna work. And it literally took us 3 days to put together. And what we finally ended up having to do is this is the beginning, this is the end, and we had to work our way from the beginning to the end back to the middle.
Make it work, like Tim Gunn
would say. And then we ended up with 2 months left over that were there, and we went, well, okay, where are the places you want to spend an extra month at? Because that's basically what we did. We went, if we got to spend an extra month somewhere, where's it going to be?
Casey, Zibata is actually a very nice place.
Yes, it is.
We lived just below Zibata in Zakia for 2 months. What I liked about Zibata was that it's all relatively new construction. They have the entire community is pretty much gated, and you have you have shopping options all right there within the gated community. I even went to Zibata one day so that I could use a co-work space so I could do the interview for the job that I currently have, because they had really good internet in that co-work space, and it cost me, I think, the equivalent of about $10 for a whole day, and they had really fast internet. I have heard people have trouble with their internet in Zibata, but I'm telling you, this co-work space had excellent internet. So I think it really just depends on what provider you get. But it's a lovely community, and it's close to a lot of things. So you're going to have a car to get around. In general, if you want, especially if you want to get outside of Zibata. But I thought it was nice.
It is, but they search every car coming in.
They do. Well, I don't really search, but
depends on which lane you got in.
If you were a resident, maybe if you were a visitor,
it depends on which lane you got in. Yeah, I mean, and so does that help you feel secure? Yes. Just if you're wanting to run up to the Walmart Express in Zibata, it makes you go, you know what? I'll drive the extra 3 kilometers to go down here. So.
Wow. Regarding Lake Chapala being overpriced, that's probably true, particularly in Ajijic. I have heard that Chapala itself is better, and I think we also want to take a look at Jocotepec.
Yeah, we're going to try Jocotepec.
So we'll see. It's hard to pass it up and not visit it because so many expats love to go there. But
we couldn't do our due diligence if we did not stop in the Lake Chapala area.
Absolutely. And a lot of people do go there, either to visit or to live. So I thought it was worth a look. And we know that the Chapala Society has been in existence for a number of decades. And we know that it's a place that a lot of people go to retire. So we know that there's an infrastructure there that's supportive of expats in general. And I'll say expats, and I'll also say immigrants.
Immigrants.
Because
there are some of both.
There's some of both.
And,
yeah.
and we are not expats. We claim ourselves to be expats with a plan. We probably ought to change it because we're now immigrants with a plan.
Well, I have heard that the dividing line there between expat and immigrant is permanency. I have read that if you are temporarily living somewhere, you're really an expat. But if you're permanently living somewhere, you're really an immigrant. And
you plan on going the other side of that border anytime soon?
As far as our legal status, though, we are temporary. So
you plan on going inside?
No, I am not. Oh, okay. No, I'm not. I just wanted to put that out there because we have received some criticism for using the word expats. And
we are immigrants.
We are immigrants. We know that.
Anyway.
Yes, but we are from the land of ice and snow, kind of.
Where the midnight suns and the hot springs glow.
Exactly. Okay.
Hammer of the gods.
Okay, Mr. Plant. So that humidity, yeah, I know. Merida's got some humidity. Well, even nationals say muy caliente.
Let's be for real.
We're gonna find out.
It makes no difference which side of the border you're on. There are people that are mountain people. There are people that are beach people. There's people who live in the southeast where they get the high humidity and they tolerate it and they're great. There's people that are not, and they live in Minnesota and the Dakotas. So it's different people, different climates.
Okay, Zen Maiden, thank you for that invite. It's interesting as we get to different places. We tend to get a chance to meet up with some people, so we would look forward to that when we get to that area. And so, Casey, you say your wife is from Mexico and she can't take the heat. I think that's true no matter where you live.
That's what I was just saying.
In the United States, even there's some people who like the cold and some people who can take that Florida humidity. I don't know. And did they have bus services in Querétaro? Absolutely.
It's amazing down here. You see buses everywhere. I mean, and they're constantly going. And not only are they going inside the municipality, I'm out at Enrique Montes, and you want to look up a map, you find Querétaro, Tequisquiapan, Bernal. Then between Bernal and Tequisquiapan is this little town called Enrique Montes. And that is where I get my cigars. Very important part. But that entire line that I'm driving up through there, and I'm driving through some back, predominantly toll roads, and then I get close to get to Enrique Montes, and it's back roads. And driving those back roads, there's buses, and these people are out there waiting for the buses. So the buses down here, they take you just about everywhere. So,
sorry, I was feeling a sweet tooth coming on, so I got me some chili pepper mango.
Yes, absolutely. Do we have the spreadsheet for this? Yes, Gina can tell you where to get that.
Oh, lordy. Okay.
She may have to put it in the comments below, but yes, we do have it.
It's on a Google Docs. It's not the completed spreadsheet. It's really just
the skeleton anymore.
The skeleton. It's the template.
We worked it. Then our computer just crapped out, and we went, hold on, we know the cities, and we basically went, does it really make any sense for us to put this information back in here? Because we've already used it to eliminate it down to these number of cities. So yes, Richard, the proximity to an international airport, that was also on the list.
I'm thinking as we go from place to place, I may go back to that spreadsheet and start completing it in better detail for each location as we actually experience it.
Yeah, because one of it was
Yeah.
what we found on one side of the border, and now what we're experiencing on the other.
Right. I mean, research is research, but research can be skewed.
Yes.
So, thoughts on Cancun? Don't want it. Don't want any part of it.
We've done we've done pretty much the whole state of Quintana Roo. We have not done
Puerto Morelos we didn't go to.
no Chetumal,
Oh yeah.
the state capital. We have not been down that far south. We've been as far south as Tulum, and we've done both the islands, Isla Mujeres and Cozumel. We've done Playa del Carmen. We've done Puerto Aventuras. And we are going to be this Christmas. We're going to be in Puerto Morelos. So at the Excellence Riviera Cancun. Anybody wants to come? You're welcome to come along with us.
We kind of, from the very beginning, pretty much ruled out the majority of Quintana Roo, mostly because
we didn't want to treat it like Gringos.
It's a tourist location, and there are a lot of people who are trying to earn a living, getting you to buy timeshares and tours, and we're Gringos.
But
I don't want to get. We would go into the Walmart to shop, and people would follow us around in the store trying to sell us tickets to the amusement parks and
Correct and everything else.
We don't want that.
But our time in QR was what has led us to be where we are right now.
Yes, absolutely.
Because the time in the resorts, and when we were resort rats who were I remember the first time she came down here and I was like, don't you dare leave the resort, because she was down here without me. And she was here for music festival. But then when we started coming down here, what we found was the people who work on those resorts, typically the Mayans, were some of the hardest working, friendliest people that we've ever met. And they and I don't know if anybody's going to be watching this, but Papacito, whose name is Eduardo from the Hard Rock Riviera Maya, who did the swim up bar, who I get there the first day. I'm sitting there having my cigar. I go, I need a vodka tonic. And he reaches for this, and I'm going, Papacito, un mejor, because he's reaching for the absolute. It's like, Grey Goose, un momento. And he goes out and he gets a bottle of Belvedere. Now, keep in mind, I'm doing this because she's standing in line so she can go sit at the rail to watch the band that night.
I ride the rail.
I know that.
The rail.
So Papacito goes and gets this bottle of Belvedere. And about 3 hours later, I see Papacito throw the bottle of Belvedere away. And he didn't pour it for anybody else.
They asked him if he needed a wheelchair to get back to the room that night.
Nope, don't need no wheelchair. It took me an hour to get back from the pool to the room, but I did it. But but the thing is that he remembered us the entire week we were there. The wait staff, the everybody we encountered smiled, said great words, and then the more we encountered them, the better it got.
It did not matter what resort we ever went to. Every resort we went to, what we saw were very hard-working people.
Family-oriented.
Yes. And then we got out of the resorts.
Miguel.
And we got somebody to take us on a tour all day long. And the only thing we requested of this tour was, please show us Mexico. Show us authentic Mexico. We want to eat at an authentic place. We want to experience authentic things. We don't want to do all touristy stuff. Although, yes, we did go to some touristy things, but I felt like the experience was very authentic. The people were very proud of their history and their heritage.
They should be.
Exactly. And it was such a wonderful day. And our driver that day, he even took us to Valladolid to go to the market. We went to the mercado because his wife needed some beans.
And he was like, "Can I inconvenience you?"
And we're like, "No, let's go to the mercado.
Let's go. We want to see it.
We want to see a mercado." You know, it seems like such a mundane thing, but not to us because it was new and it was fascinating. And we wanted to get away from being a tourist.
Yes.
And that day, that solidified our decision to want to live here. It was what we experienced that day, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean,
So-
between Miguel and the people at the restaurant, and it's going to kick my butt, and I'm going to find this guy's name because we're going back to Chichen Itza. But the guide at Chichen Itza was this large Mayan, and I say large, bigger than me, and I mean
He's a very tall man.
he was my height, but very barrel chested.
Yes.
And that chest just swelled when he started to point out that this, we, the Mayan, we were able to devise the number of days in the gestation period, and those number of steps coincide exactly with that.
The calendar.
And that we were able to, at this autumnal and vernal equinox, make it so the snake comes down the pyramid on those days. And we were able to have this court where you could stand at one end and speak and be heard at the other end of the ball court.
Right.
And you sit and looked at all that they accomplished and the pride that this man had. And you went,
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
where do you see that in the US right now?
Nowhere. No.
Why are we down here again?
Yeah. So this goes back to David's question here. It's hard to understand whether retiring here makes sense, and how did we decide on that? Well, we know how much it was costing us to live where we were living in the United States.
Well, and we were an expensive
And we were
locale.
in an expensive place. We were literally living in the most expensive area of North Carolina. And it was also a place of, incredibly, regardless of it being expensive, as soon as a place opened up for rent, it'd be gone the same day.
What?
There was a housing shortage.
There was 99% occupancy rate.
Yeah. So people could ask whatever they wanted for rent. I don't mind telling you that we lived there for 6 years. And when we moved in, it was $1,500 a month for rent. When we moved out, he was raising the rent to over $2,000 a month.
No,
and he didn't raise it on us.
He never raised it on us.
He never raised it on us. But, that was inexpensive compared to a lot of other places we looked. And we looked a lot. And places, I mean, it was just expensive to live there. That's all I can really say about it in general. And
here's let me put it in she's putting it in the monetary.
Yeah.
And that's important as well. But let me put it in this way. I go to work, and I was working at job hours that were just ridiculous for most people. Most people go, I'm not doing that. I'd be at work at 5 a.m., but then I'd be home by noon. And I only did it for 3-4 days a week. And I get home and I turn the news on.
Oh, gosh.
And it doesn't make any difference what news you want, because right now, MSM, mainstream media, all have an agenda. They all want a certain criteria of things to occur. be it on the left, be it on the right, doesn't matter. They don't tell you the news, they tell you what they want you to know. And then we have a government. And the government is led by a group of people whose main goal is to be reelected. Do they bother to put themselves into a room and go, you know what? We need to do what's right for the American people.
Let's talk about this.
And let's lock our ass in this room, and we're not going to leave until we fix this problem. No, we'd rather have people who scream at the president during a State of the Union, or we'd rather have people who would rip up a speech at the State of the Union. These are the people who are supposed to be leading us, and they act like tempestuous children. And so the ability to shed that divisiveness and stress when we cross the border, I guarantee you, has added years to my life. And yes, Fabian, I think it's going great. We're having fun. As long as you guys are having fun, we're all for it. I don't have my driver over here turning things. I know, Casey, we said no politics. Sorry. If you'd have seen me, and I don't know if this video will ever see the light of day because my sensor may not allow that to ever be seen. I was pissed this morning.
Oh, please don't go there.
No, I'm just saying. So
I know we said no politics. So yeah, so honestly, if you combine what was going on in the United States with the COVID, with the mandates that you must get a vaccination or you're not allowed to have a job.
They still go on.
And look, I work in healthcare. I'm not saying I don't think you should get a vaccination. I've been getting flu vaccinations every single year for the last 10 or 15 years, but not until they said I had to. I used to not get a flu vaccination, and then I almost never got sick. And then one year we both got really sick, and we spent 3 or 4 days in bed together, sweating and stinking and being gross. And I'm like, I'll get a flu vaccination from now on. That was the lesson learned.
The thought of 3 or 4 days with her in bed sweating is not bad, but when it's because of the flu, that was not good.
It was gross. We were gross. So I remember that. That was my first year in North Carolina, and we got sick. So yeah, so I don't mind. And I've worked in healthcare, and healthcare always required us, at least for the last 15 years anyway, to at least get a flu shot every year. But being forced to have to be vaccinated just so you can have a paying job. And I work in healthcare, and I understand what a virus is and what it isn't. And I understand what a mask is and what it isn't doing. And I was watching people with pre-med degrees just like me freaking out over masks. So, I don't want to go there, but I'm just saying all of that and the news and him getting angry, watching the news, all of those things.
Well,
coming here and leaving it there has just been such a lift.
Or
her
getting censored.
I was censored.
I was
censored on Facebook
for putting down and putting out scientific data.
Yeah.
That now, 2.5 years later, 3 years later, whatever it is, what she said 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. It's 100% accurate.
But the whole thing is all of that, all of those things.
All those
things.
It
was literally like a perfect storm, and that and my job and the issues that were happening there. Shedding that was so uplifting, and
it's amazing now.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm a huge sports fan, as you guys who have been with us for a while know. And the TV, literally in our house in the States, the TV, if I was home, was on. Be it downstairs in the bedroom. If I was home, TV was on. We go weeks without turning the TV on anymore.
Yeah, we don't watch TV. And I have streaming services. I don't even watch them, which not because I don't want to. I mean, I've got about
What?
I got like 8 months of Days of Our Lives to catch up on
Yeah.
right now.
But you know, do I still watch my sports? Yes. Do I watch it to the extent that I was watching it before? No. And I am going to do, because I know there's a fair number of guys who are going to be moving to Mexico. So once I figure this all out, I'm going to share everything. But part of that right now, why I can't share it is because, oh, that's right, the regional sports networks are all filing for bankruptcy. So
because they're too expensive?
Because everybody's cutting the cable.
That's true.
You know,
yeah,
they were counting on this revenue and they don't have the revenue. So when all that's figured out, because she'll tell you, if I don't get to watch my Braves, it's going to be a long damn summer. Yeah.
Debbie Johnson, I'm really glad to hear you say what you're saying about the politics in Ajijic. I was a little worried about that. I've kind of maybe heard that some people bring their politics into their stuff and cause drama. I like hearing that people leave it alone. I think that's the best place. It's the best way to deal with it. Leave it alone. I mean, well, we could all get along and agree on what we love, and what we love is being in Mexico.
One of the things I said this morning in my rant, and it was a rant, was that the amazing thing is there's 90% of us that were in the United States that have 80% of our lives are things in common. But because you're red or you're blue, you're vax, you're anti-vax, you're mask, you're anti-mask, lines got drawn. When the majority of the things we wanted was a better life for ourselves, a better life for our kids, a better life for our grandchildren, the ability to buy a house, to be able to own things. That's
what? Jordan, is that you? Damn.
Those are the things that are important to us.
Hello.
You know, and
not worthy.
So that's where it all needs to go. And so we, instead of concentrating on the things that we have in common, the media and the government, and honestly, folks, there are certain overseas entities who are manipulating
They're stirring the pot.
They're manipulating the social media to drive the wedge deeper and deeper.
And how do you conquer someone? Divide
from within. Yeah. You know, and so those are the things, instead of concentrating on what are
we don't want that job, David.
Shit, I can't run for dog catcher.
Lord, no way.
But those are the things that we need to concentrate on. Is if you're in the US, you've got to pay attention to what we all have in common.
Absolutely.
And vote every one of those assholes in Washington out.
Tip jar. Jeez.
I'm sorry.
Jar.
You know what?
Okay, stop. Calm down. Calm down, baby. Calm down.
Yo. It's time for term limits.
Oh Lord. Okay, we're off. We're off the politics now. We're done. Okay. All right. Dave,
can I get back to my
number one dad asked a really good question about television in Mexico. Okay, and so we can honestly say, I believe it's Mega Cable, and there are English-speaking channels. Now we
Fox, ABC, NBC, CBS.
We know that the Super Bowl was being broadcast by a Canadian channel, which really
they did not have the US
saddened
feed.
Me because I wanted to watch the commercials, man. The commercials, right? The commercials.
I got the game.
So I couldn't see the commercials. I'm so sad about that. But we have streaming services. We have a VPN. We do use it. Sometimes we get pinged, we get dinged a little bit. It doesn't want to stream some things. But to be fair, I really haven't been streaming a lot because I've been busy with work and editing videos. And, I'm behind on Mandalorian. I'm behind on Picard. I think I'm caught up on Handmaid's Tale. I know I'm behind on Days of Our Lives by months. And I don't know. I don't watch what I like to watch very often. I got caught up on Stranger Things, though. But Mark doesn't really stream unless it's sports related.
If it's live, I don't even go back and watch old stuff.
And so we really don't watch as much TV as we used to. And I do know that there's services out there. There's Expat TV. I think it's like $30 a month.
No, it's Go.
There's actually an Expat TV.
Yeah, but there's one, and I'm gonna get to this, and eventually. The problem is I don't want to do this while we're moving around because it's like this is transport. There's a GoUSATV.com or GoUSA TV. It's a service. So
I'm like, dang, look at this, guys. We literally have it. Have we really been on this long? Holy jeez.
3.5 hours.
Good Lord. Wow. I can't believe you guys are hanging around. You must be like us. We got nothing better to do.
I can't believe I've gone 3.5 hours and have not gone up to get a cigar.
I thought this was going to be like, maybe an hour. Okay, maybe 2 hours. Oh my gosh. Now I understand why Jordan can do these like really long, extensive live streams. That's so funny. Hi, Laura. Oh my gosh, you're here. Awesome. Nice to see you or read you. Guys, look, Margie's here too. Say hello to Margie.
Well, I had to grab that because Laura's on. She's the one that came up with the name.
Hey. Hey, Laura. Okay. Hola. Oh, goodness. Look, yeah, it's easy not to realize you've got that right. Yes, my goodness. I didn't think we'd be on this long. I didn't think we'd have enough to talk about.
I think I could go this long without a cigar.
Of course, I say that, and if you guys only knew how much dialogue I trim out of those videos.
They know.
Yeah.
Imagine what you hear in one of our videos. Now multiply it by 3. Then you got a good idea of what the amount of time that we spend actually shooting the shit.
And we're really verbose. And he's especially so when he's got some vodka tonic.
Whoa.
Guys, I've been drinking water. I'm good, right? I'm being good. I could get the mezcal out. No, we're still here. Still here, Fabian. I hope you can, Fabian. Okay. Okay, good. Don't want to lose you. Brief interruption. Yeah, it was probably a satellite moving around, and Starlink tried to find it. I don't know.
Damn you, Elon Musk. Anyway.
Yeah, I got the short end of that RV. I should have done residential. What are you going to do? Lise! Oh, yay, Lise! Hey, everybody. That is Lise from My Place at Querétaro. My Place at Querétaro. Oh, I wish Romy was here, too.
Yo, anybody thinking of moving into the Querétaro area, there is only one place to go. And that is My Place at Querétaro. Lise and Romy are 2 of the finest individuals that you will ever meet in your entire life.
Indeed. I'm so glad you made it, Lise. All right. And he's like, yeah, we love you and Romy. It is so true. Honestly, guys, we mentioned this yesterday during Brighton's live stream on Almost Retired. Yeah, because someone asked about being a single woman living in Querétaro. And I, without a doubt, feel from a woman's perspective, absolutely, Querétaro is a great place to live as a single woman. And I reckon,
or a single guy.
Or a single guy.
Yeah.
And I did recommend My Place at Querétaro. I did, Lise. I recommended you guys. And I hope that she contacts you soon. I told her that you would do a very extensive questionnaire and could give her a neighborhood tour based on that. So hopefully you'll hear from her.
Well, and quite honestly, we aren't quite sure how this all transpired. The four of us ended up together with Romy and Lise and the two of us. But it was one of those, we walked away from the breakfast at La Mariposa, and I swear to God, we had known them for our entire lives.
Yeah, we got some lifelong friends there.
And they are two of the most honest and real and caring individuals that I have ever met in my life. So, I can't give them a bigger recommendation than that, but that's who they are.
It's true. Es verdad.
Es verdad.
All right. Thank you, Richard, so much for jumping in. I know it's been a long night. I guess we'll just keep on going, but thank you, Richard. Wilfredo. Yeah, the dream lives on.
All right, Wilfredo, if you're planning on moving to Querétaro, honestly, contact Lise and Romy at My Place at Querétaro, and they can give you a tour that you will never believe. And they will make life moving down there so much better.
For sure. Well, hey guys, do you have anything else you want to ask? I think we're running out of steam.
I need a cigar.
Oh, Lord knows. Lord knows he needs a cigar. This man is gone for 3.5 hours with no cigar. Lordy.
I'm about to break the tip jar.
Don't do that. Don't break that tip jar.
I could be going.
Thank you, Debbie. It's fun to do this. Thank you. If I want to find a good private school for my 6-year-old, do you have any recommendation?
Where? Number one.
Yeah, it depends on where. It depends on what expectations you have. I know that there's a lot of international schools in Querétaro, but we only know that area a little bit. I would recommend, again, contacting Lise and Romy at My Place at Querétaro, because that's one of the things they take into consideration when they're trying to find the right place for you, is what your family situation is.
Okay. Number one, Dad, if you're looking at Cancun, there are international schools all through Quintana Roo, and and of course Liz can give you better advice than I can.
Yeah.
Which that's not a shock, because she's a professional. I'm just an amateur. I just do this on TV. But one of the things is in Quintana Roo, they do teach Spanish, English, and Mayan.
At a lot of the schools.
At a lot of them.
They do.
And so, number one, putting a child in there, especially at that age, and being able to teach them multiple languages is only a good thing.
It's true. But, maybe for the Cancun area.
Liz has already got it covered.
She got it?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I thought she said right here, we can advise you in Querétaro City.
Yeah.
Not Cancun.
Yeah, but I know one thing.
What's that?
I know Liz and Romy. They got contacts.
Okay. And you may also want to consider something like maybe
Mexico relocation
guide. Maybe the Mexico relocation guide. But that is a service that you pay for, and you got to pay for it, one time, but you do have to pay for it before you have access to the guide. I'm not really sure.
It's not an inexpensive purchase,
but
it is. I mean, if that makes any sense.
it costs. It seems like it costs a lot up front, but it pays for itself pretty quickly.
And over.
What I don't know though is if the guide has anything about schools, and I really would have to look and see. And honestly, as customers, we're not allowed contractually to reveal to you what's exactly in the guide.
Let me explain this part though.
Okay.
If you are considering moving to Mexico,
hi David.
Hola David. It is one of the best purchases you're going to make because there are things in that guide that you're going to use.
If you're not familiar with it already. Yeah, if you're like us and you don't know,
it's. I mean, if you need insurance, you need to know how to do this. You need to know how to do that. Which I mean, like most of us, let's be for real. We didn't come down here with that knowledge. We're gathering it as we go. So,
right,
that is one of those things that you go. All right, I'm going to spend $400. If you're down here for 4 years, that's $100 a year. That comes out to being about $8 a month. The information that we get out of Mexico Relocation Guide is worth $8 a month.
Yeah.
Period.
And it's a one-time payment.
I mean, and it keeps going, and so you're here for 7 years. Guess what? You get to keep using it.
Right.
It's to me that's we had a long conversation. We discussed, do we use a facilitator? Do we buy the Mexican Relocation Guide? Do we do this? Do we do that? Because those were monies, and those were monies that when we were sitting here trying to figure out whether or not, how we were going to make this all work. Well, okay, yes, a little bit, a couple $100 here, a couple $100 there, that's a month's rent. And were we happy that we bought the Mexican Relocation Guide? Absolutely.
Yep.
And I'm going to say this right now. Would we use host relocators?
Host relocation.
Host relocation. Yvonne Perron? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did us a huge, treated us right, got us done, got us taken care of, got us our tip extension, and was it cost effective in our opinion? Absolutely.
Yeah, because they did all the work. Yvonne Pavon from Host Relocation got in line at the INM in Querétaro at 10 o'clock the night before. And they changed their policy the next morning.
Yeah.
So she had to go back and stand in line at 10 p.m. again.
Because they wouldn't take a copy. They had to have the original.
So we're talking about somebody who stood in line all night long twice to get us first morning INM appointments. Did all the paperwork for us. Everything. Did everything. The only thing she didn't do was sit on the benches while we waited to be processed.
And folks.
They even drove us there and drove us back. Yep.
And folks, if you're going to go to Querétaro and you're going to go to the INM.
Oh, Lord.
Take something to sit on.
Oh, yeah.
Because those tubular benches are really, really hard on an ass, especially if you ain't got an ass.
I have a cushy tushy and I had no issues.
Oh my God.
That's true. But
that's all I got to say on that.
But we're just in general, honestly. So, we have people that we can refer to in Mexico Relocation Guide, and we use those services. We're not supposed to be revealing who's in there and whatnot.
And the thing is we actually found Yvonne before we found Mariana.
Right.
And so
we already had Yvonne on our radar, and I don't feel like we're revealing anything by saying we went to Yvonne. So
And I don't really give a shit. I mean,
oh, tip jar.
tip jar.
Oh
Anyway,
Lord.
but
Vodka.
Oh yeah, I do need more. Anyway,
there's things in there that I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of information in there that we will continue to use as we live in Mexico.
And the other thing is,
I just don't know.
Yes.
This was international schools and education for kids. I just don't know.
and as Zen Maiden has pointed out, that one of the things is she continually updates it and she continues to expand it.
She does.
And expand it by cities. And so it started in Querétaro, and the circles are exponentially working their way out. So, yeah, that's a great thing in Chapala. I mean, we really cannot complain about the way it went in Querétaro. I mean, it was really simple, and we know that because we rented our place. Oh shit! If we play the drinking game every time Mark has to add, we're all gonna get tipsy.
Oh,
but anyway, we stayed in Life with Louie.
We stayed in their house.
In their house, they were gracious enough when Airbnb kicked our ass to the curb. Tip jar.
God, tip, geez.
Anyway,
it's getting out of hand now.
when they they kicked us to the curb because we had a reservation that we had
for months.
3 weeks before we get down there. Oh, we're sorry. Bye.
Yeah, they had a personal reason they had to cancel our reservation.
Personal reason, my ass. The personal reason was somebody paid them more money. But anyway, tip jar.
But when you're 3 weeks away to moving into a foreign country, you don't want to have to hunt for a place to stay.
And I only had hunted to the point where I had 60 possible locations in Querétaro.
It's getting wild now, folks. Can you see it?
60.
Can you see it?
Okay. So we go back to the 60. And of course, if they rented 1 week out of the 2 months that we were there, it got removed.
Right. We really didn't have much left.
I mean, we were down to, oh yeah, you want to park on the street? Here you go. I mean, and so fortunately, Roddy and Landy happened to see that one, and they contacted us from Life with Louie and went, hey, we're in Houston. Our house is available. We'll rent it to you at a very reasonable rate, which they did. And it really was. It was a very nice house. And yeah, Arlene, be careful.
Oh, Lord, he just slurred his words. No, you didn't.
What?
Arlene.
I said, Arlene, be careful. Anyway, so they rented us the house. And we got an opportunity to spend, the 2 months there in Zaki and take care of us. But for those who are counting on Airbnb, right now we're running on what, 50-50? Well, no.
I think
3 out of 4 because Tequisquiapan, Bernal, and here. So 3 out of 4.
We're doing good. The
3 out of 4.
The percentage of successful reservations is rising. Prior to going to Mexico, Airbnb was always a hit or miss for me. And I had people far too many times cancel my reservation at the last minute, basically leaving me hanging in the air looking for a place to stay. And I was not comfortable using Airbnb. And it happened with our very first one here as well. But since then, we've done pretty good. So.
And I feel pretty good about the rest of our reservations because I don't know why, but I think they're paid for.
I think because but they can cancel that.
I'm
just saying.
Geez, at what we paid, if they're going to get more, God bless them. But a couple of them, they've had to contact the owners because there were certain things that that because of the time of when we were going to be there, conflicted
Timing.
with they might be down at the same time, and they had to contact the owners, because we're not talking about a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We're talking a month, 2 month, 3 months.
Mhm.
And so some of them had to be contacted, and they've all sort of gone,
Pace yourself.
you know,
I can't believe that this has turned into let's watch Mark get drunk.
oh, good Lord. You guys have got a long way to
Oh
go.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Arlene hasn't seen it because she got drunk before I
Okay,
did.
I'll be right
So,
back.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
But anyway, no, I mean, so we feel good about the fact that we've been able to do this and get it all done. But
I want to share these because they're pretty. Because I can't.
oh shit, here we go.
No, I'm not going to drink them. But hey,
Oh,
look at this, guys. I got these cream mezcal. And one of them is coconut and one of them is pistachio. And they're yummy.
ask her where she got them.
Oh, please don't make me say that word. You're embarrassing me. And David's here and he's watching. Antonio. David, help me out. What's the name of that town? I know you're on here. I know you're listening. Hey, number one, Dad, thank you so much for hanging out. I know we went way over longer than we thought we were going to. So, yeah, some of us do have to work in the morning. Anyway, there's this town. It's out near the thermal springs. And it's not a Pueblo Mágico, but I swear it should be. I swear it should be because it's got enough history and it's got a gorgeous, beautiful church. And that's where I got these creams. So,
Did you say it?
I did not. I cannot say that word.
A tononico.
Oh, geez. A tononico. I'm probably not saying it right.
And see, David just said it, a tononico.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that I can't say it. Of course, we'll go back to how it literally took me all day long to remember the word for ice cream again. Yeah, I struggled with that. I tried all day. Oh, thank you, Arlene. Yes, this is the real us. You guys have us unfiltered. I'm actually going to break out my very first alcoholic beverage, and it's a red berry strongbow cider.
All right. We are now reaching the edges of my extreme.
Extreme what?
Length of time I can go without having to go fire something
I
out.
know. We're probably going to cut this off at 10 o'clock, guys, or 10 Central, like within the next 15 minutes or so. So it's been so much
I'm talking
fun.
within the next 2 minutes.
Really? You're going to leave me here?
Well, I only got to run up there, fire something up, and then come right back down.
You know what they call women who get left out in the cold or left behind while their husbands all go off deer hunting? They call them deer widows. I'm a cigar widow.
Holy shit. Now I gotta go.
Now he's got to go. I'm going to talk to you guys.
Good God.
He's going to go get himself a cigar. All right. So, hey, welcome to the Gina Show. Let's see. Is there anything specific you would like to know that we haven't talked about tonight? I know, helado. I finally got it, but it took me all day. David knows because we were in Dolores Hidalgo, and I said the one thing I wanted to do was I wanted to get some of those really odd ice creams. So I ended up with mango chili, mole, and beer. I got a cerveza ice cream, and guys, I do not drink beer. I don't like beer. I think it's because I just don't like the hops. And I've tried really low hops and really hoppy beers, and no, it just doesn't work for me. But for some strange reason, that ice cream, cerveza, it was actually really good. And if beer was sweet like that all of the time, I probably would drink it. But it was really good. Yeah, I don't like beer either, Debbie. I just don't like it. How is your Spanish? Oh, Skip, it's not good. Mi español es muy malo. And the only reason I can say that to you is I've memorized it. I speak not as fluent as I used to, but I had 6 years of French. So je parle français un peu. And I also speak some Italian. Capisco un po' italiano e io parlo un po'. I'm struggling with Spanish, and it's my own fault, but it's also because I don't have the time that I need to dedicate to it. And I do believe to be very good and successful at learning a language, you have to put in the time. And I haven't been doing that. And that's definitely my fault. But I wish I had the time because I do work a 40-hour work week. And I do work on these videos, and those video edits will take me anywhere from, I don't know, 15 to 30 hours a week. So I'm either eating, sleeping, or in front of a computer. And as I said, well, huh?
Hola, Romy!
Oh, Romy! Oh, Romy, we're so glad you're here. So I tried all day long with the word for ice cream, and I kept getting it wrong all day. And finally I got it.
There you go.
I finally got it. But that's how it has to be with me. I'll pick something out, and I'll just keep banging my head on the wall until I finally get it. So.
No, Debbie, guess what? What you're going to find is you're going to start by doing that on the translate all the time. What's going to happen is you're actually going to get to the point where, and let me explain this. I'm not great, trust me, but I've been using Duolingo. And the one thing that Duolingo has been able to teach me is a fair vocabulary. And even though it comes in computer speak, so it's sort of it's only so good.
And it's vocabulary.
But it's vocabulary. Yeah. And trust me, I butcher the syntax. But the people down here are so good
Nieves.
about working with you and giving you the latitude to make a mistake and politely correct you. Oh, yeah. And they're not doing it to be mean. They're doing it to teach you.
True.
And so, you know, if I put a te in front of something that should be a lay or a low or a la, I mean, you know, because that's the part, you know what's amazing? I can't get the pronouns right on that side of the border, and I can't get the pronouns right on this side of the border.
That's funny.
But it's two totally different reasons why I can't get them right. But, you know, it really is getting at least the ability to say the concept of what you want. You know.
Oh, yeah, laughing with you and not at you. I totally feel that. For example, we went to have a really good Italian meal at Hacienda Lindo. And my friend Juanjo, who I've known online for 16, 17 years because we're both geeks when it comes to the music of Genesis. We are.
Yes.
He speaks perfect English because he wanted to learn the words to the songs for the music that he liked. But he was very eager to point out to me that when I tried to say, because I could not finish all my food, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, it made absolutely no sense. It's one of those colloquialisms. I'm not saying the word right, but you know what I mean. It's one of those things you say that means something in one place, but does not translate well into another language. And they don't say that. And Mexico has those phrases as well, that they mean something here, but when you translate them out literally, they make no sense at all. And that's what my eyes are bigger than my stomach does here in Mexico. That's just not something people say. What I should have just basically said was,
And
Yena.
and you are right, Zen maiden. The learning the
Thank you, David.
estar and ser. I mean, estarme, estarte, estarnos. I'm getting better, and I've learned that you do not put the pronoun between two verbs. So I'm getting better. My biggest problem, to be honest, is not so much even saying what I want or reading what's being said. It's that damn here, and
oh, his hearing's not good, guys. No, his sister's younger than him, and his mother. They wear hearing aids. His hearing is not good.
my hearing of Spanish is really not good.
I'm just saying.
Because it's
Romy, we miss you too.
My favorite saying is hablas despacio por favor.
Yeah.
Because everything sort of just runs together, and what I think is one word is actually three, and so that's the part that's it gets problematic at times.
So my beer, my cerveza was nieve, and the mole was creamy. So I think it might have been helado for the mole, maybe.
And I think you're 100% correct. Needing to see it written. I can take a written lesson. I mean, we've done this in a couple of museos, and I've been able to translate 70%.
Yeah.
60 or 70% of what's been written up there, and been able to translate it for the two of us. But all of a sudden you put me in a setting where we're on the street and somebody's offering us something, and it's and I'm like,
well, and the point was made, like, why am I struggling with Spanish if I do understand French and Italian, which are also Romance languages? I think it's just because sometimes the words are similar. There's señorita and señorina. They mean the same thing in different languages, for example. Sometimes when I hear Spanish, maybe it's more like sometimes when I hear Italian, what I'm hearing is a mix of some Spanish and French. And so, yes, I do see the similarities. I think the best thing that Italian and French have taught me is pronunciation, particularly of the vowels, because they're very similar in Spanish. So an E would be a long A, and an I would be a long E, for example. So that has helped me with my pronunciation. I have gotten into Ubers and cabs and have been told by the drivers that my pronunciation is very good, even if I don't necessarily have all the right words. It's just the memorization of those words. And I've been given, and as you get older, it gets harder to retain things. And I think that's kind of where I am partly. But again,
es verdad.
See, so he says es verdad, and the first thing that comes to my mind is c'est vraiment. It means the same thing in French. Like I got it here in another language. It's not sticking with the Spanish. And again, that's my fault for not having put the time into it. I struggle finding the time. I know I have to do it.
The more of this I get, I actually get pretty damn good. We have had a couple of cab rides where I've had conversations with the cabbie on the way home. Now, is the cabbie going to go, I drove this gringo and his wife home and he was pretty good? Oh, hell no. But can we have a conversation and laugh on the way home? Yes.
Wow.
No, Casey, you know what's really on that one? I have asked them to go, you know, and I screwed up once. I think we screwed up. We took a cab from Centro to here, and I paid them the 70 pesos, and we got out, and Gina goes, you know, the cab fare was 70 pesos. And I was like, no, really? And she was like, yeah, you didn't give him a tip. And I was like, damn, didn't hear it right.
Right.
But most of the time, if you tap them on the shoulder, and I found this works very well. If you tap them on the shoulder and go, quanto cuesta, despacio, por favor. They really will work to give you the number. And they're phenomenal people. And that's one of the reasons we're down here.
Yeah.
Is because the people, are there people who are going to take advantage of you?
Sure.
No.
Everywhere in the world. Everywhere in the world, there's people like that.
You go to New York and get a cabbie, and you don't see the number on there. You don't think he's going to take advantage of you?
Hey.
Hello.
I want to say hi, Kamrul. Did I say your name correctly? Is it Kamrul? Thank you for joining us tonight. Although we're wrapping it up here pretty soon. And yes, Skip, I agree with you on the music. I noticed on Spotify in particular, I can listen to Latin music, and often the lyrics will be displayed and I can follow along, which I have started to do when I have a few minutes of downtime. And it has been very helpful. For example, I'm actually learning the words to Oye, ¿cómo va?
Zen Maiden, you are 100% accurate. Right now, I am at about 3 words. When we first got down here, I was at a maximum of 2 words of when they first started speaking. The problem is you're doing that internal translation, and what happens is by the time you're listening to the first 2 words to try and get a grasp of that, they finish the rest of the sentence, and you're going, oh shit, now what? Oh, tip jar. Anyway, God, these new guidelines, I don't care, whatever. But that's what happens is you're concentrating on the beginning, and so you hear, do you want?
Yeah.
Tu quieres? Okay, I got that. I don't know what the hell they said after that because it went da 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 da. And be going, oh, I know he said, do you want? Well, does that really help you? Guess what? You got to start somewhere. And that's the part that it's frustrating. And especially here in San Miguel, it wasn't this way so much in Querétaro, but it is here in San Miguel. You pause and they throw it at you in English. And there's a part of me that goes, you know what? Damn it. Let me work my way through this.
But I think they just want to practice their English too. So
that's what I'm getting at is I want to practice my Spanish and they want to practice their English. Well, you know what? When my Spanish is suddenly better than their English, I'm going to force them to do that. But right now, their English is better than my Spanish.
Right.
And so they win. And
I wanted to answer Zen Maiden real quick. Yes, I do get all of my music on Spotify with no limitations. However, my billing address is still an American card and a U.S. address.
And we're in South Dakota.
And I'm on a phone that is registered with the U.S. Yes. So that might have a lot to do with it.
With a VPN.
Well, no, my VPN isn't even on my phone at the moment.
It is on mine.
It doesn't affect me all the time, but that may have something to do with it. It may have to do with that I got a U.S. cell plan with a US billing address using a US credit card. I still have all my Spotify. So
Yeah. Yeah. I do as well. And, I go throw my headphones on and I'm doing it all US. I mean, so.
thank you, Kamro. I'm glad I said it correctly. um, do you think it's getting gentrified very quickly in Querétaro?
No.
I don't believe that it is
No.
quickly. Well, I guess gentrified depends on, do
I
you
need more
mean
vodka.
international community in general? Because it is an international business hub. So there are a lot of people coming from a lot of places, not just gringos. I mean, not just Canadian and yeah,
Germany.
there's Japanese, there's Korean, there's Chinese, there's a lot of people moving in because of the industry. So does that make it gentrified? It's hard to say. What I've seen of Querétaro reminds me a lot of other places we have lived in the past, like Charlotte, North Carolina, for example, where you see a lot of growth, a lot of boom. The small center of the city expands, 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 expands until what used to be way out of town is suddenly now part of town. And and the areas that they're building tend to be areas that haven't been developed yet, and a lot of newcomers are coming into those areas, like Zibata, Zakia, and places like that. So I can honestly say I really heard a lot more English being spoken in the streets of San Miguel than I did in the streets of Querétaro. But we only were in a few different neighborhoods, and it's really hard for me to say beyond that.
But you have Romy there to be able to go.
Yeah, and so Lee's and Romy, there you go. They're saying, Romy says they've had clients from all over the world. Does large international immigration, does that gentrify a city? No, maybe. I guess it really just depends on whether people are being priced out of their neighborhood. If they're being priced out of their neighborhood and they can't live there anymore, then yes, that is gentrification.
That's
If
really happened here.
if moving into an area improves the improves the value of that neighborhood, yes, and the infrastructure, that would be gentrification. But what if you lived somewhere that at one time was a beautiful neighborhood and people started to leave it and things started to be neglected, and it becomes what in the United States we would call a slum? That's kind of the opposite of being gentrified. And so then your price of living there will also decrease because, well, nobody wants to live there, so they lower how much it costs to live there. And your services have plummeted, and the neighborhood might be dangerous. You may be dealing with things you don't want to deal with, like crime and homelessness and drug abuse and just a lot of sad things. That's such a very delicate balance. And I think a city like Querétaro that's expanding with all that international business, I do think that, yeah, there's probably some gentrification happening. But I believe there's a lot more of it happening in San Miguel. Yeah.
Well, I mean, honestly, this is probably the second most expat or immigrant.
Bye, Lisa. Good night, Lisa.
The number of people living in, short of Ajijic, in all of Mexico. And so it really is different. Going to the supermercado in El Refugio, when we were in Querétaro, you didn't hear English.
No.
Every once in a while, you may have heard a smattering, but 99% of the time, you were hearing Spanish.
Yeah.
50% of the time, here in San Miguel, you're hearing English.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
You know,
Well, I know, I know. I think though, guys, I think we probably should call it. It has been 4 hours. I can't even begin. I would have never believed we'd be doing this for longer than 2. So I think we need to roll it up because you know what? This working girl got to work in the morning. I got to make the money.
now, anybody that's on here making a deal with Liz and Romy, we'll keep this open if it's going to get them more business because those are our girls.
Yeah, there are girls.
You know, and they will take care of you unlike anybody else. You know, because they are two of the best people that we've ever met in our life.
Yeah, we love you guys, Liz and Romy. That's the truth. We can't wait for you to finally come up here and see us. Don't delay. We'll figure something out about Grutas and the I don't know. I'll see about getting a day off.
All right, Fabian, I'm going to tell you this. The next time we have a stream, I'm going to make damn sure I got a full 12 pack so you can see that occur because
Oh, Lord.
I ran short. I had to go to the vodka. But next one, let's say 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, we'll give it a couple weeks. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Fabian, not Fabian? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to pronounce it with the proper, with the gotcha. Fabian. I love
It's
it.
Fabian, just like in the 50s.
I totally get it, but what
Yeah.
if it was like Fabio, with the it could have been like that.
Then you would have to do that because I ain't got enough hair to pull that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're gonna call it. Thank you so much for being here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. We just didn't know we were gonna have you all hanging around all night. This is awesome.
What's amazing is a year ago, we're sitting here with 3 subscribers and we had 1 video.
Yeah.
And it had 20 views. And for us to be able to spend 4 hours talking with friends of ours, and that's what you guys are now. It's friends and family. That's just amazing. And you guys are the best.
You are. So with that, we're going to say
adios.
Oh, wait. I guess how do you say good night? Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. Bye, guys. Keep smiling.